COVID-19 pandemic dahilan upang maantala ang normal na daloy ng pamumuhay at trabaho sa lahat ng sektor, kabilang na ang kagawaran ng edukasyon. Nang ipatupad ang Luzon lockdown, inilunsad ang DepEd Commons upang tuloy ang pagkatuto ng mga learners habang nasa bahay. Anang mabigat na hamon sa ilalim ng new normal, patuloy na nagpunyagi ang DepEd upang maghanap at ng mga alternatibong pamamaraan upang magpatuloy ang edukasyon sa pinakaligtas at pinakaangkop na paraan. Sa ilalim ng Learning Continuity Plan, layunin ng DepEd na magpatuloy ang edukasyon nang hindi nakokompromiso ang kapakanan at kalusugan ng mga guro at mag-aaral. Isusulong ng DepEd ang tatlong pangunahing layunin: angkop na proteksyon, kaugnay ng mga health standards at safety protocols para sa ligtas na school year, patuloy na edukasyon sa pamamagitan ng blended learning, distance learning at homeschooling na angkop sa kapasidad ng bawat mag-aaral at mabisang aksyon sa pakikipagtulungan sa lokal na pamahalaan upang maihatid ang dekalidad edukasyon para sa lahat. Bawat DepEd division ay bumuo rin ng sarili nilang Learning Continuity Plan upang gabayan ang mga guro, mga magulang at mga mag-aaral sa bagong pamamaraan ng pag-aaral gamit ng online, modular, TV, and radio-based instructions. Gamit ang iba't ibang learning modalities, nagdaos ng dry run ang mga paaralan ibang bahagi ng bansa, katuwang ang mga local government units at mga education partners upang maging sa bagong sistema ng edukasyon. Isinagawa rin ang mga pagsasanay at orientasyon sa upang maging epektibong katuwang sa pag-aaral ng kanilang mga anak. Sa anumang hamon o sitwasyon, handang at handang magserbisyo.
Ang dami ng mga pagsusubok ang naharap at napagtagumpayan ng ating Department of Education. May pagsusubok, priority palagi natin ang ating learners at ang ating mga teachers, sa ng parents at saka partners at ang buong bansa. Ngayon, sa hinaharap natin ito normal na sinasabi nila, matatag ang ating kagawaran, matatag ang DepEd, tibay na tayo ng panahon, kayang-kaya natin ito.
Sabay-sabay na babangon, sama-samang ngakon, ihanda ang sarili sa hamon. Ipapipigil sa pagsulong sa kinabukasan na katuon para sa di kalidad na edukasyon. Eskwela na naman, sa puso ang kahandaan. Isip handa bukas, sa pagkakaisa ay may lakas. Ang normal, online learning at modular. Bakit lang mag-face to place? Bakit na cellphone at radio base? Bago, kahirapan, kaya natin to. Lakasan iyong loob. sa'yo. Paligis-tela na naman, isa puso ang kahandaan. Handang isip na bukas, sa pagkakaisa ay may lakas. Ito na ang normal, online learning at modular. Di pa kailangan mo face to face, gamit ang cellphone at radio base. Yakapin na ang pagbabago, kahirapan kaya natin to. Lakasan ng iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong
Isang alang-alang natin ang ating kaligtasan sa panahon magpapailanman. Dapat palagi ng ating pag-aralan ang matuto, kaya di magiging nakatutukan. Tayo at pagkaisa, Pilipinas, sama-sama kasalihan, kasama lahat, para sa lahat. Pilipinas, maghanda ka na, balik eskwela na, tara. Tayong lahat, sabay-sabay,
pagkakaisa ay may lakas. Ito na ang normal, online learning at modular. Di pa kailangan mo face to face, gamit ang cellphone at radio base. Yakapin na ang pagbabago, mahirapan kaya natin to. Lakasan ng iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong normal, sa bagong sa bagong normal, sa bagong
Luna,
Present!
Hera, Valera,
Present!
Handa ba tayo sa school year 20? Ngayong taon, ang edukasyon tuloy pa rin. Sa tulong ng ED, mga guro at mga magulang, ang handang isip, handa bukas. Tuloy-tuloy ang pag-aaral. May mga modules para sa iba't ibang antas. Sa government TV, maging sa radyo. Mahalagang ang ating mga estudyante at guro. Kaya kahit nasa bahay, tuloy ang edukasyon. Tulong-tulong, may paraan, may aralan. Handang isip, handa bukas. Ang DepEd Philippines sa Facebook at deped.gov.ph.
Sasamahan kita kahit isang eroplano ang agwat nating dalawa. Dahil kung nakakapagsalita lamang ang paliparan, ito niya kung ilang beses akong lumingon pabalik sa iyo nung araw na ako'y lumisan. Papalubog ang araw noon. Ganyan, lumulubog din ang puso ko sa kalungkutan. Ayaw sana kitang iwan. Gusto kitang samahan. Sabagang madali ka papasok sa eskwela. Gusto kitang damayan sa mga gabing nahihirapan ka sa matematika. Gusto kitang yakapin sa tuwing gusto mo nang sumuko dahil akala mo'y wala kang talento sa Ngunit anak, gusto kong ipaalam sa iyo na ikaw ang nagpinta ng buhay ko. Nang dumating ka, naging makulay ang mundo ko. Ang dating mga baluktot na linya ay naging luwid. Ang dating mga larawan ay nabigyan ng liwanag. Anak, gusto kong samahan sa bawat mong karanasan, sa mga tagumpay at kabiguan. Samahan kita hanggang marating mo ang mga ulap, hanggang maabot mo ang iyong mga ngarap.
Hello, Ma.
Hello, anak. Uri kakatapos lang ng trabaho ni Mama.
Okay lang po namin maglaro.
Mukhang nandun ka ulit sa paboritong lugar. O sige. Kaya ba? Punta ka din commons. Mas mo yun, ha? Sana nga ulit tayo na ito kahapon. Sa problem solving na, di ba?
Anak, sasamahan kita. Kahit isang eroplano, gubat nating dalawa.
Naranasan ko ng maiwan. Hindi ko na mabilang kung ilang beses akong nakiusap. Hanggang sa maubos ang pangungusap. Naisip ko nang sumuko dahil sa sunod-sunod na bagyo. Parang walang katapusan itong kalbaryo. Saan nga ba ako patungo? Saan ba ang dulo? Sa paglalakbay, muntik na akong huminto. Pero sinalubong mo ko. Bumungad sa akin yung mga mata mong gusto matuto. Ang mga kamay mong sabik sumulat. Ang mga labi mong nais bumigkas na mga salitang nakakapawi ng pagod. Tinatalo mo itong lungkot at takot. Binibigyan mo ng sagot ang mga katanungan sa aking puso.
Masampat, abi-abi, mga anak.
Na sa dami ng alinlangan ko't tanong sa mundo, ito ang nag-iisang sigurado. Mahal ko ang pagtuturo. Ito ang nagbibigay buhay sa aking pagkatao. At ang mga pangarap nila, ang aking ligaya. Minsan na rin akong naiwan. Kaya't sin kong maranasan.
Philippine Standard Time, 12:56 in the afternoon. It's the 28th of November. A pleasant Saturday afternoon to everyone. Mainit na pagbati ang hatid ko para sa inyong lahat. Ako ay sobrang nagagalak dahil nararamdaman ko ang inyong energetic, dynamic, and thrilling presence ngayong Sabado. Ako nga po pala si Riz Nicole Torres, ang inyong magiging guro ng palatuntunan. Project Development Officer 1 ng SDO Pampanga. Kasama ko po sila Ma'am Paula S. Meneses at Sir Christian Maliwat. We are so thankful that you have chosen SDO Pampanga to moderate this momentous event. We are deeply honored. And of course, greetings as well to our Bureau of Learning Support Services Youth Formation Division Chief, Sir Adolf Aguilar. Today is the third day of our Youth Formation Division or YFD Year-End Planning and Review and Youth Formation Coordinators General Assembly. Save the best for the last, ika nga, kasi as the saying goes, that's why our event is now extra special because we are joined by the SPG, SSG advisors and officers nationwide. Nako, pang Pilipinas po ito at marami po ang nanonood at nakikibahagi po sa third day po ng ating gawain. The PDOs and Division Federated Presidents and Advisors are gathered here via Zoom and nag-watch parties po ang mga kabataang student leaders po natin. So kaway-kaway po dyan. Our school-based officers and advisors shall be via Facebook Live at our official Facebook page. Pakisabi din po na manood na DepEd Tayo Youth Formation. So talagang bonggang-bongga ang event na ito because we are brimmed with awesome participants and madami din kaabang-abang na topics na kapupulutan ng aral and practical tips for the betterment of our youth and education to be delivered by credible and excellent speakers. So abangan niyo po yan maya-maya. And for now, may I request everyone to do the necessary actions or undertakings while having our preliminaries, which includes the singing of the Lupang Hinirang and opening prayer to be led by Ma'am Greta Stieng C. Molina, Pambansang Samahan ng Tagapaghubog ng Pilipinas at Treasurer po ng PSTP Governor at PSTP Governor po ng Region 1.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Bayang maging palas ng silangan. Alapin ko sa bibig mo'y hukay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting sa manlulubi. Di ka pa sisihin.
Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at kanangit kong bukang,
Madilag ang tula at awit sa paglayani na mahal. Ang isang ng agaw at may tagumpay na kalinis. Ang bituin at araw niya'y kailan pa may di magiging. Araw-araw at ipagsigaw. Buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya ng may mga aking ang ay maghahin sa'yo.
tayo po'y manahimik lahat at manalangin. Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo. Amen. O Ama naming nasa langit, nagpapasalamat po kami sa lahat ng mga biyaya na pinagkakaloob niyo po sa amin. Maraming salamat sa bagong araw at pag-asa na binigay niyo sa araw na ito sa amin. Patawarin niyo po sana kami sa mga kasalanang aming nagawa sa aming kapwa. Hinihiling namin na sana'y bigyan niyo ang bawat isa sa amin ngayon ng sapat na kaisipan o kaalaman at naway maging matagumpay ang aming pagtitipon ngayon. Hinihiling din namin na sana'y bigyan niyo po ng tatag ng loob ang lahat ng mga nasalanta ng bagyo sa mga nagdaang buwan. Naway sila'y makabangon muli. At huli, sana'y gabayan niyo po ang bawat opisyal ng gobyerno, lalong-lalo na ang aming mahal na Pangulo, na sana'y kahit sa likod ng napakadaming batikos na ibinabato sa gobyerno, ay patuloy niya namin magampanan ng maayos ang aming mga sinumpaang tungkulin para sa mga kabataan, mag-aral at bayan. Lahat ng ito ay hinihiling namin sa ngalan ng iyong Ama. Amen. Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo. Amen.
There we have it, our preliminaries, which amplified our values of makajos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Alam kong excited na kayo to start this program, pero unat-unat muna tayo because we are in a holy hour and ang tukso ng antok ay naku, napakalakas, napakalapit sa atin. Kaya we will be doing some stretching muna para naman ganahan tayo at magising ang ating kaluluwa. So let's do this and please join me as we do a simple stretching muna, okay? So let's sit straight, okay? And don't mind other people watching you at home. Kahit iniisip nila na, ang ginagawa nito. And then let's do it first, of course, sa ating ulo. So let's turn it right And then, let's turn it left para maiwasan po natin na magka-stiff neck while we are so focused on our screen. And then, let's say no to negativity and say yes to good vibes. Then, let's start also with our shoulders para iwas kung maukos tayo or makuba, okay? So, let's turn it up and sit straight. It is also good to reach out our arms para sa mga kabataang nangangailangan ng tulong. Okay? So, let's stretch our hands and our arms to our youth. And then punching. Yes, to release the tension and the sleepiness and to waken the fire of learning within us. And then inhale love and exhale worries. Inhale love, exhale worries. Okay, and then let's clap our hands for ourselves because Juniper Publisher said that clapping our hands can boost our heartbeat, ayan, and it can also boost our self-esteem. Okay, very good. We're set. At hindi lamang po ako MC pala dito, no? Pwede rin pala akong gym instructor. Yay! Now, let's have an AVP for our house rules that we must observe in the duration of this event. Roll VTR.
This is a short guide on Zoom video conferencing. It will include classroom etiquette, features, and tips and tricks. Our classroom is a safe space. Everyone should feel safe to share. Respect ideas and never share information from class, just like you would in the regular classroom. Let's start with etiquette. When it comes to a Zoom conference, this is our virtual classroom. Appropriate classroom behavior is expected. Be sure to log into your meeting distraction-free and quiet environment. Don't read. Attendance needs to be taken, so no using silly names. Be sure to mute your audio as soon as you get into a conference. This helps eliminate background noise. In order to speak, you can press and hold the spacebar, which will mute you until you release the spacebar. Make sure the video is turned on so we can see you. Be sure to be prepared with your computer, pencil and paper, and arrive at least 5 minutes. Now on to just a couple of the many features of Zoom. If your connection is unstable, stopping the video might help. If you'd like to add a comment and speak in the conference, simply raise your hand or use the raise hand feature, which you can find on the bottom of your Zoom. You can also use chat, post questions and comments silently. The chat features can be found at the bottom center of the screen. Be aware video and chats are recorded. If it's not appropriate in class, it's not appropriate online. Finally, a few tips and tricks. Be sure to have pencil and paper handy. Take notes or jot down thoughts or questions you might want to ask before the meeting is over. Using a headset with an external mic offers the best audio. Let others know you're finished speaking by saying, "That's all," "I'm done," or "Thank you." It helps to give a thumbs up if your question has been answered. Beware of lighting. If a light source is behind you, say a window or a light, it can make you appear in darkness and very difficult to see you or your friends. If you follow just these few suggestions, conferences will be a terrific experience for everyone.
our house rules, and I hope those remind us well of the good things we need to observe during this event. As of the moment, we are celebrating because almost 500 participants na po tayo dito sa ating Zoom, and our views on Facebook Live reaches 11,000 na po. Nako, congratulations po sa ating mga youth formators. Napakagaling. And ngayon alam ko na ready na tayo to get to know our very, very energetic participants. Let's have a roll call and get to know you, or GTKY activity. It will be facilitated by none other than our beautiful Project Development Officer ng Information Section SDO Pampanga and the Assistant Secretary of the Region 3 PSTP. Let's give it up for Ma Paula S. Meneses.
Ayun. So magandang tanghali sa bawat isa. Alright. So today syempre, wini-welcome ko kayo ulit sa ating Youth Formation Division, YFD, Year-End Planning and Review, and Youth Formation Coordinators General Assembly. So today, here with us, kasama natin sa Zoom at sa ating FB Live, sa DepEd tayo Youth Formation, are the following: all Regional Youth Formation Coordinators, all YFD Project Development Officers, all Supreme Student Government, Supreme Pupil Government Advisors, and SSG and SPG Officers, no? So magandang tanghali at magandang buhay, no? Ayan po, so syempre, meron tayong gagawin. Alright, so dahil tayo nahati sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao, meron akong ipapagawa. Ako nga pala si Ate Pao, no? Ng SDO Pampanga. So, lahat ng nasa Zoom ngayon, hinihikayat ko na mag-turn off ng video. Alright, turn off your video. Pwede ba yan? Ayan, stop video ninyo, anak. Alright, so as your region is called, iti-turn on ninyo ang inyong camera. At syempre, merong ibibigay na instructions si Ate Pao na gagawin nating post. Okay? Example, magbibigay si Ate Pao ng example. Halimbawa, ako si NCR. Example. Okay, so mag-turn off muna ako ng camera. And then, pag sinabi ni Ate Pao, alright, NCR, ang post ninyo ay Makajos post. Okay, lalabas si Ate Pao, ang post na is ganyan. Alright, gets nyo ba? So ngayon, ibibigay ko ang inyong mga post. Ano nga ba ang inyong mga post? Okay, ang post ninyo ay sa Luzon, ang post po natin ay eto, Makatao. Luzon Island Group, ang inyong post ay Makatao. Paano ang Makatao? Ganyan. Love. Okay, sige nga sa mga Luzon, sample. Yan. Luzon Group. Alright? And syempre sa ating Visayas Group, ang ating post naman is Makakalikasan. Ganda lang. Yan. Makakalikasan. Alright? Makakalikasan. And now, syempre, sa ating Mindanao Group, Makabansa. Alright. Okay po? Are you ready? So, because I am ready, now let's start na po. As your region is called, syempre, magsisimula tayo sa Luzon Island Group. Let's start with, so syempre, hinihikayat ko muna ang lahat. Mag-turn off po muna tayo ng video lahat. Alright? Turn off po muna tayo ng video. And syempre, sa mga nasa FB Live, ayan, team bahay. Alright. Okay, are you ready? Turn off po muna tayo ng video natin sa mga nasa Zoom. Okay. Naka-off na po ba lahat? Turn off po muna tayo para makita natin yung region na tinatawag. Alright, thank you very much. Thank you sa mga nag-off na po. Okay, let's start. Luzon Island Group, Makatao, Makatao, love. Alright, let's start with National Capital Region. Alright, nasaan po ang National Capital Region? Mag-post po tayo. Makatao. Ayan. Wow. Next po, ayan, present ang NCR. Next po natin, CART, Cordillera Administrative Region. Alright, nasaan po? Alright, next po natin, Region 1. Alright, Ilocos Region. Kayo naman po, turn on your camera. Alright. Next po natin, Region 2, Cagayan Valley. Okay, kayo naman po. Ayan, kayo naman po ang magbukas na cam. Alright, present po ang ating Cagayan Valley. Next po natin, syempre, Region 3, Central Luzon. Ayan, syempre, bilong po ako dyan. Alright. Next po natin, Region 4A. Region 4A po, Calabarzon, Batangas, Cavite, Laguna, Quezon, Rizal. Yan. Alright. Next po natin, thank you very much. Next po natin, excited na ba kayo? Matatawag na kayo. Next na po, Region 4B, Mimaropa, o Southwestern Tagalog, Marinduque, Occidental Mindoro, Oriental Mindoro, Palawan, Romblon. Alright. At syempre, last but not the least po sa ating Luzon Island Group, Region 5, Bicol Region. Alright, Albay, Camarines Norte, Camarines Sur, Catanduanes, Masbate, Sorsogon. Alright, thank you very much, Luzon Island Group. And now, syempre dito naman tayo sa Visayas Island Group. So, as your region is called, ano po ang post natin? Maka-Diyos, makatao, makakalikasan. Ayan, makakalikasan. Alright. Are you ready? Visayas Island Group. Let's start with Region 6, Western Visayas. Aklan, Antique, Capiz, Guimaras, Iloilo, Negros, Occidental. Ayan, thank you very much. At syempre, hindi rin magpapahuli ang ating Region 7, Central Visayas. Ayan, Central Visayas, Bohol, Cebu, Negros Oriental, and Siquijor. Ayan. I-on po natin ang ating cam at mag-post po tayo ng makakalikasan post. Ayan. Thank you very much. At syempre, last but not the least sa ating Visayas Island Group, Region 8, Eastern Visayas, Biliran, Eastern Samar, Leyte, Northern Samar, Samar, Southern Leyte. Ayan, mag-on po tayo ng cam. Ayan, so for you to be recognized. Alright, thank you very much, Visayas Island Group. At syempre, hindi naman po magpapahuli ang ating Mindanao Island Group. At syempre, ang inyo po ay, ano po yung inyo? Makabansa. Ayan, makabansa. Alright, tatandaan po natin, makabansa po ang Mindanao Island Group, ang inyo pong post. Alright, so let's start po with Region 9, Zamboanga Peninsula, Zamboanga del Norte, Zamboanga del Sur, Zamboanga Sibugay. Ayan. Region 9, are you there? Ayan, hello po Region 9. Alright, welcome po, ano? And syempre, next po natin, Region 10, Northern Mindanao, Bukidnon, Camiguin, Lanao del Norte, Misamis Occidental, Misamis Oriental. Region 10. Makabansa post naman dyan. Ayan. Alright. Next natin, welcome Region 10. Next po natin, Region 11, Davao Region. Davao de Oro, Davao del Norte, Davao del Sur, Davao Occidental, Davao Oriental. Ayan, Region 11 naman po. Post naman dyan ng makabansa, post. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright. So, syempre, next naman po natin, Region 12. Are you there? Cotabato, Sarangani, South Cotabato, Sultan, Kudarat. Region 12. Ayan po, no? Makabansa post. Alright. Thank you, Region 12. And now, Region 13, Caraga Region, Agusan del Norte, Agusan del Sur, Dinagat Island, Surigao del Norte, Surigao del Sur. Ayan, makabansa post naman po dyan. Ayan. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, syempre po, last but not the least, no? Syempre po, Barm, Basilan, Lanao del Sur, Maguindanao, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi. Ayan, kayo naman po. Ayan, makabansa post naman dyan. Alright. So, syempre po, lahat po is natawag na. Hindi pa po dyan nagtatapos. Alam ko naman po na gusto nyo pang medyo mas maging kampante sa bawat isa. Lalo pa tayong maging, syempre, close, no? Ayan pala, no? Si Ate Pao pala, friendly naman ako sa mga bata. Actually, gustong-gusto ko ng mga bata eh. Ayan. So, merong pinapakita ngayon si Ate Pao sa inyo sa screen. Nakikita nyo na ba siya? No? Alright. So, meron ganung papakita si Ate Pao sa inyo. Ayan. Sige. So, merong ibibigay na instruction si Ate Pao sa inyo. So, as your, merong ipa-flash dyan. At syempre, pagka gusto nyong sumagot, syempre lahat hinihikayat kong sumagot, no? Ang gagawin natin is this. Ita-type nyo lang sa inyong comment dyan, comment box natin dyan. Magchat-chat ka lang dyan, okay? Alright? Are you ready? Pwede na kayo mag-on pala ng cam. Pwede na kayo mag-on ng cam. Alright? Naka-on na ba ang cam ninyo? Para makita naman ni Ate Pao ang inyong magagandang mukha. Ayan. Sige. Alright, sige. Ayan, dito na tayo sa getting to know each other. Alright, syempre para mas maging kampante tayo. Alam niyo ba na si Ate Pao, yan, umpisahan ko na, idadamay ko na yung sarili ko, syempre. Alam niyo ba na si Ate Pao ay produkto ng SPG, Supreme Pupil Government. Ayan, so naging presidente rin ako nung elementary ako. At syempre, naging produkto rin po ako ng Supreme Student Government. So naging presidente rin ako ng nung high school ako. Ayan. So kaway-kaway naman dyan sa mga kabataan natin, no? And syempre po, ayan, ako ay proud na talaga naman po nagpapasalamat sa aking SSG advisor na si Ma'am Leilani Santos. Ayan. Alam ko kasama ninyo ngayon ang inyong mga SSG advisor. Sino dito thankful sa kanilang SSG advisor? Pwede ka bang mag-chat dyan sa iyong chat box? Thank you, teacher. Thank you po, ma'am. Thank you, mommy. Thank you, daddy. Yung iba, no? Ang treatment na ninyo sa inyong SSG advisor ay parang nanay, tatay na talaga, no? Ako ganyan, sa totoo lang, si Ma'am Leilani Santos talaga is talagang tinuring ko ng parang nanay. At lahat ng natutunan ko sa pagiging youth advocate ay karamihan doon ay nakuha ko sa kanya. Alright, so syempre medyo naging close na tayo. Ayan po si Ate Pao, no? So ayan, merong ipa-flash si Ate Pao ngayon sa screen. At syempre, pag nabasa nyo na, no? Inihikayat ko ang lahat na mag-chat sa ating chat box. Tapos babasahin ko sila. Okay? Alright, are you ready? Pwede bang mag-ano ka naman dyan? Heart kung ready ka na. Ayan, heart naman dyan. Labanan natin ang antok ngayong hapon, mga kids. Okay? Heart. Ayan, ready na ba? Mag-chat po tayo sa ating comment section, ha? At sa mga team FB Live, pwede po kayong mag-chat sa ating FB Live natin sa DepEd Youth Formation. Alright? Pwede kayong mag-chat dyan sa baba. Ayan, mababasa rin po namin iyan. Ready? Are you ready? Alright. Ano ang lunch mo kanina? O, go! Ano ang lunch nyo kanina? Mabasa nga. Pusit. Jollibee, social naman. Jollibee, pusit, sabi. Ayan, adobo, fish, manok, mang-inasal. Ay, social pala ang mga kids, mang-inasal, afritada. Yung iba wala pa daw. Nagluluto pa si mami, no? Ayan, tinola, crab, ampalaya. Apakabilis, mga ano pala kayo, mga keyboard, ano kayo, no? Warriors. Fried tilapia. 555, kinataang manok, minuto, sinigang, kare-kare. Ayan, meron pa ba? Meron pa bang hindi nag-lunch dyan? Alright, wow, social, lechon, no? Lechon. Okay? Ayan, mukhang ang sasarap ng mga ulam ninyo, no? Bicol Express. Okay, sa mga team FB Live dyan, pwede po kayong mag-comment. Ayan. Yung iba diet daw. Next question natin. Ayan, syempre, kanino ka bumabangon? Wow naman, syempre may kape dyan. Ako para sa kape eh. Kape eh, no? Ate Pao, kape pa rin ang rason. Malapit na akong magkaroon ng ibang rason sa ngayon, kape. Okay? For the family, ayan, wow. Sa kapwa, para sa bayan, para sa pangarap, para kay crush. Yan pa, dreams, family, wow. Sabi ng iba, para sa module, ayan, mga dakila talaga ang ating mga estudyante. Para kay Lord, para sa family, Ayan, for the future. Alright. Wow, wow. Napakaganda ng sagot ninyo. For the country, ayan, iba naman talaga ang ating mga student leaders, no? Grabe, grabe. Para sa kabataang Pilipino, grabe po, saludo po ako sa ating mga advisors na nandyan. Grabe po kayo. Grabe po kayo. Alright. Next po natin, syempre. Ayan. Abangan ninyo, mag-flash. Ayan, sabi to, ano ang tatak ng isang youth leader o youth advocate para sa inyo? Ano ang tatak ng isang youth leader o youth advocate? Yan, pwede pong mag-chat pati ang mga teacher advisors natin. Ayan, ano ang tatak? Alam mo yung pag sinabing tatak, pag nakita ka, ay, youth leader to, ay, youth advocate to. Kasi kitang-kita may tatak eh. Kitang-kita. Wow, basahin ko nga. Ayan, maaasahan, makabayan, inspiring, maaasahan, yes, courageous, can help others, palaban, mapagmalasakit. Sige po, chat lang, empowered, responsible. Yan, may passion, no? Sa giving daw, no? Generous, grabe, responsible, makatao. We serve, we lead, we inspire. Ayan, pag nakita ka, naku, youth leader to, youth advocate to, no? Ayan. Kadami pa, confident, no? Open-minded, matulungin. Ayan, palaban, passion. Alright, God-driven. Siyempre, ayan, matapang, magaling, malakas ang loob, dedicated. Wow, thank you sa mga sumagot. Thank you. Ayan, at siyempre, no? Grabe, naniniwala ako ng lahat na nandito, nakikita ko sa inyong mga mata, nakikita ko sa inyong pang mga faces, no, na kayo ay may tatak talaga na youth leader kasi no, lalo na yung mga on time pumasok dito, yung mga nanonood sa atin talagang gusto pang matuto. Ayan, yan ang mga youth leader. So, hinihikayat kong lahat, tapusin natin to, tapusin natin hanggang dulo. So, syempre, eto, last question na ni Ate Pau. Okay. Last question. Anong lugar ang gusto mong tulungan at magdulot, no, ng positibong pagbabago? Yan, pwede yung eskwela ninyo, yung probinsya ninyo. Ako, syempre, ang sagot ko dyan, itong nakalabas, syempre, ang aking probinsya, ang Pampanga. Kayo, ano pong lugar ang gusto ninyo? Pwedeng Pilipinas, pwede yan, no? O sige, chat lang po. Cagayan, wow, ang dami nag-chat ng Cagayan. Cagayan, ay grabe ang Cagayan, mahal na grabe po. Saludo po ako sa mga taga Cagayan, Dumaguete, Payatas, Masbate, no? Inihikayat ko po talaga ang lahat na mahalin mo ang iyong lugar at magdulot ka ng positibong pagbabago, positive change. Surigao, whole world, wow, grabe. Cagayan, alright? Tuguegarao, Batangas at buong mundo, grabe, no? Pilipinas, wow, naniniwala ko nandito ang next natin ng mga senators, next natin ng mga LGU, mga servant leaders, no? Nagpapalaki tayo niyan sa youth formation. Alright, napakaganda po ng inyong mga sagot. Laguna, Calabarzon, no? Grabe, Dumaguete. Alright, Valenzuela, meron pa po bang habol? Bohol, Negros Occidental, Cagayan Valley, Marikina, NCR, South Cotabato, Gensan, Batangas, wow. Agusan del Norte, Calabarzon, Isabela. Ayan, nababasa ko po lahat. Sa ating team, FB Live, pwede pa rin po kayong mag-chat dyan, no? Alright. Grabe. Ayan, sabi dito, Zamboanga. Grabe po, Antipolo. Ayan po, so with that, no, again, si Ate Pau, hinihikayat ko kayo na talaga namang maging fueled tayo by the DepEd core values, maka-Diyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. At naniniwala ako na pag tayo is fueled by the DepEd core values, no, gamit ang mga youth formation programs po natin, naniniwala ako na ang bawat isa, kahit kabataan ka, kahit anong edad saan ka sa Pilipinas, no? Abot natin ngayon ang mundo dahil grabe ang internet. Tapos nagsama-sama ang ating efforts, no? Ang Pilipinas po is talaga namang magiging mas magandang bansa. Ayan po, again, this is Ate Pau pwedeng sa mga gustong maging friend ko sa Facebook, no? Pau Mene Kabataan at Young Pro. Alright? Joy!
Thank you so much sa aming napakagaling at napakagandang Mang Paula. Ito, meron ka ng mga fans dito. Mang Paula, merong hashtag Idol Paula. Wow! What a wonderful set of participants that we have now. And don't forget to please capture your viewing activities. Pwede po kayo mag-screenshot during our webinars po o itong event na ito. Kaya pa-picture kayo kay ate, kuya, or kay mama na nagkakaroon nito, nanonood kayo. And then, of course, don't forget to upload it on your social media accounts. Make it public and put our official hashtag Students Unite for Education and hashtag Puso Galing Talino. Again po, paki-upload po yun sa yung mga viewing activities sa inyong mga social media sites. Make it public para makita po namin. And don't forget to put the hashtag Students Unite for Education and hashtag Puso Galing Talino. It is indeed a very remarkable event. To formally welcome us all, let's hear a warm opening remarks from the Matipuno, makisig, matalino, mabait, and great leader himself, our Bureau of Learning Support Services Youth Formation Division Chief, Sir Adolf Aguilar.
Yan, isang magandang hapon sa ating lahat. Naririnig nyo ba? Okay na ba ang audio? Miss Pau, is the audio okay? Ma'am Meneses?
Yes po.
Okay, so maayong hapon sa mga mahal nating mag-aaral sa buong Pilipinas. Isang maalab na pagbati sa ating mga pinakamamahal na mga SG advisors, mga project development officers, at sa lahat ng mga participants natin ngayon. Sabi nila ay mga matatapang at aktibo. Mga aktivista ang kabataan noon. Samantalang keme at walang pakialam sa ngayon. Payag ba kayo dito? No to tuition fee increase, free education ang sigaw ni na Sir Ken noon at ni Ma'am Pau. Ngayon, free wifi naman. Dati, imperialismo ibagsak. Ngayon, together, let us beat COVID-19. Dati rally dito, demo doon. Ngayon, Twitter dito, Zoom doon. I am so honored with young leaders of the Philippines. This serves as an inspiration and a key to uniting the students of the Philippines for learning continuity. The challenge ahead of our generation are insurmountable. We shall continue to stand up as individuals, work together for the common good, and channel our youthful energy in working for the change we aspire to achieve. Yung sa movie na Hinira Luna, sabi ni Hinira Luna, may mas malaki tayong kalaban sa mga Amerikano. Ito ang ating sarili. All of you who are here right now aspire for change. All of you inside this virtual classroom is a testament of young heroes who decided to stand up and be part of the change process. You unselfishly devoted your time, talent, and energy to contribute in solving societal problems one step at a time. You decided to be part of a learning continuity of students wanting of education, of students who aspire for societal transformation. Believe ako sa inyo dahil hindi nyo hinayaan ang COVID-19 pandemic ang magdidefine sa buhay ninyo. Ngunit kayo mismo ay naghahanap ng mga maaring gawin para mapaganda ang buhay ninyo at kapwa mag-aral sa kabila ng hamon ng pandemya. Dahil sa kabataan, noong unang panahon, ang mga Indio ay naging Pilipino. Dahil sa kabataang Pilipino, nagkakaroon ng bansang Pilipinas. Dahil sa kakaibang panahon, dapat maghanap tayo ng mga inobatibong pamaraan para magpatuloy ang paglilingkod ninyo sa kapwa mag-aral at sa school community. Dapat ipamalas ninyo ang inyong dedikasyon na maiangat ang kabuhayan ng inyong kapwa mag-aral at ng kapwa Pilipino sa iba't ibang larangan in small ways, sa edukasyon, sa kalusugan, lalo na sa kalikasan, kabuhayan, at kapayapaan. I salute all of you, despite your age. You already offered yourselves to serve your school and your society. You proved to your fellow Filipino youths that the youth is now an active participant in community building. May pakialam kayo at imbes na magreklamo, you decided to be part of the solution. My challenge to all of you is to continue to rally more young people towards joining organizations, towards learning continuity, because all of you possess that strength and energy, that talent and creative ideas. So maximize your youthful energy, be the light for those who are still in the dark. Ang mga pasaway, matitigas ang ulo, nasadlak sa iba't ibang klase ng bisyo. Do not give up. Be their guide and never give up in serving and influencing positively the Filipino youth. Our government, especially the Department of Education, seeks to have learners who are nation-loving and competent lifelong learners able to respond to the challenges and opportunities to quality, accessible, relevant, and liberating K-12 program delivered to a modern, professional, proactive, nimble, at nurturing DepEd. The development of our country lies in our collective endeavors. Kailangan natin ang tulong ng bawat isa na ipadama natin sa kapwa natin mag-aral at Pilipino na sa kabila ng lahat ay merong pag-asa. Kahit kapit lang, laban lang, because at the end of this, we all come together victorious as a country and as a people. Kung tayong lahat ay magsumikap, malayo ang ating mararating. Kung masipagtamad-tamaran at keme lang, magpapatuloy ang ating kahirapan. Kailangan lang ng go, push ng push. Kaya natin yan, mga friends at kapatid. I am more hopeful and full of confidence with your abilities. Your participation in campus organization is a product of your good intention to serve and your hard work to affect societal change. Let your position be a challenge for all of you to continue working for your advocacies for change. Sabi ni Dr. Octopus, kilala niyo si Dr. Octopus, intelligence is a privilege and needs to be used for the greater good of people. Kaya ang panawagan ko sa inyo ay manatili kayong matatag. Huwag kayong lilihis ng daan at ipagpatuloy ninyong pag-alabin ang liwanag ng pag-asa. Let us all be hope builders. Sabi ni Apolinario Mabini, linangin ninyo ang mga sadyang kaloob sa inyo ng Diyos sa paggawa ng tama at pag-aaral ayon sa inyong kakayahan nang di lumayo sa landas ng kagalingan at katarungan. Our country's youth need to know that there is more in the Philippines than violence, selfishness, despair, or errors in the module. We are in search of young people who are also making a big difference in their schools, in their communities, and with their families. It is about DepEd. It's about youth formation, finding those unsung heroes and shedding light on their stories in the hopes of inspiring young people to do whatever they can do in their own schools and communities. Kaya this afternoon, sasamahan tayo ng mga tatlong natatanging leader tatlong natatanging ehemplo ng kabataan, si Kuya Val, si Kuya Hans, at si Ate Sam. Sabi din ni Rizal, example could encourage others who only fear to start. Ayon naman kay Albus Dumbledore, age is foolish and forgetful when it underestimates your power, the power of the youth. It is cool to be in school. It is challenging to learn in a new situation. But I call upon you, student leaders, to unite for education. Kaya, laban lang, united we are for education. Welcome and maraming salamat po.
Ladies and gents, Bureau of Learning Support Services Youth Formation Division, our Chief, Adolf Aguilar, with his valuable opening message. Maraming salamat po, Chief A. At this juncture, let's focus our eyes on the screen and let's be overwhelmed by a meaningful message to be given to us by none other than our exceptional, supportive, competent, of course, a good leader, the Undersecretary for Administration, Yusek Elaine Del B. Pasqua. Let's all watch this.
Isang maalab na pagbati sa inyong lahat. This year-end planning and review of the Youth Formation Division is another milestone for all of us. This initiative, we can improve and strengthen our programs, projects, and activities for our learners. Hindi may kakaila na ang Youth Formation Division ay may napakalaking bahaging ginagawa sa paghubog, sa pagginang, at sa pag-aalaga ng ating mga mag-aaral na Pilipino. It is the role of the Youth Formation Division to provide solid foundation and guidance for Filipino learners to become responsible Filipino citizens. Hindi may tatanggi na sa loob ng maigit 5 taon, nagkaroon ng mga major breakthroughs ang YFD. To mention a few, way back 2017 to 2019, YFD developed guidelines for youth formation program coordinators. YFD created the Federation of Student Governments, composed of representatives from various school divisions, conducted principal empowerment on youth development programs, held write-shop on the development of manual on good practices on youth formation programs, put emphasis on the discussion of the DepEd core values. This year, naukit natin sa kasaysayan sa kauna-unahang pagkakataon, First National Students Day. Sa kabila ng pandemya, we reach our target of more than 1 million virtual participants. In the coming years, layunin natin sa YFD na may isang katuparan ng mga ito. Una, propose the inclusion of the budget for co-curricular and non-curricular activities in the MOE through the General Appropriations Act. Pangalawa, conduct midterm and year-end review and planning workshops. Pangatlo, strengthen empowerment training on youth development programs. Pang-apat, conduct vision exercises for the development of the next 6-year YFD strategic plan. 5, institutionalize the National Youth Formation Program Council as consultative group in planning future youth programs. At pang-6, publish and distribute the DepEd Youth Formation Program Manual. Ilan lamang yan sa mga nakasalang na programa na naghihintay para sa ating mga learners. I have faith that those programs will not only help our learners, our youth, but will also give them courage and hope to reach their goals. Through YFD's efforts, I believe that we can build a better environment for our learners. Their schools, their learning places, will be their safe hands. Together, let's create the schools of the future for our youth, the fair hope of our fatherland. As we enter a new era, let's work hand in hand leading the youth to become responsible citizens imbued with core values of being Diyos, katao, kalikasan at makabansa. This YFD year-end activity is not the end, but the beginning of our many endeavors together. Let's end the 2020 with a bang and start the coming year without pouring hopes and aspirations for our youth amidst all odds. Again, thank you very much for accepting the challenge to be part of the Youth Formation Division. May all of us serve our purpose and become agents of change and hope for our youth. Mabuhay kayong lahat.
Mabuhay din po kayo. Maraming salamat po, Undersecretary for Administration of the Department of Education, Yusek Elaine Del V. Pasqua. Now is the time that we are waiting for. Ihanda na po natin ang ating mga mata, ang ating mga tainga, at ang ating puso at isipan for our first topic with the amazing speaker that I am so glad to introduce. She is the managing partner of Praxis Associate PH Incorporated, CEO of Learning Synergies Incorporated, and Vice President for Technical Affairs of Comulab Strategies Incorporated. 3 startup companies that she co-founded in the past 4 years. Wow! A development worker by profession, she serves as consultant to various government, private, and non-government agencies, primarily for their communication-related and organization development needs. Her current consultancy work involves the Asian Development Bank, NGO, and Civil Society Center and Youth for Asia Initiative, as well as the Department of Education Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Service. She earned a bachelor's degree in Development Communication, major in Educational Communication from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, and just completed her master's degree in Community Development at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. She's also the first Filipina to have been selected as facilitator for the 31st Ship for World Youth, or SWY, program, a global leadership program sponsored by the Cabinet Office, Government of Japan, where she handled the Information and Media Discussion Group. She also serves as lecturer at the Departments of Communication of the Ateneo de Manila University and the De La Salle University. Dear participants, to talk about communicating effectively, let's welcome our first speaker, Ms. Samantha Javier. Palakpakan po natin siya.
Alright, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. I hope you can hear me. Can you do a thumbs up or a verification through our chat box? And I hope you can see the right screen. Can you? Tama po ba ang ating screen? Ito yung mga usual questions natin ngayon. No? Can you see the right screen? I think you're still muted or whatever. Ganito ang ating new normal sa remote learning. And we'll try our very best to make this as interactive as possible. At ito na po yata ang isa sa pinakamalaking challenge na nakuha ko recently sa pag-hold ng mga webinars. No? This is a very multi-generational or intergenerational audience that we have right now. We have SPG, SSG, and youth formators inside the room. Correct po ba? Tama po ba yun? Yung aking pagkakaintindi? Kung sino po ang ating kausap ngayon. At malalaman natin bakit importanteng malaman kung sino ang ating kausap. Ano? So ang ating topic ngayon, try natin yung very best natin na mapagsama-sama yung interests ng napakalawak na audience na meron tayo ngayon. No? I take this as a challenge kasi pag tinignan mo parang halang hirap, di ba? Kaya nga tayo merong training needs analysis or mas kinikilala natin yung kausap natin. But right now, tinatry ko po kanina pa na kilalanin kayo habang nag-uumpisa tayo. Alright, so tawagin niyo na lang po akong Sam, Ate Sam, para sa ating mga kabataan dito. Isa rin po ako dati na student leader. Siguro, hindi ako komportable dati na tawagin ng sarili ko bilang isang student leader. Pero looking back, tingin ko yung student leader din naman ako dahil simula nung, I think, grade 3 ako nung una ako naging class officer. So parang wala pa akong konsepto doon na ano ba ang responsibilidad ng isang class officer. Masaya lang ako na nakakatulong ako sa guro ko noon, na yung mga klase ko, reliant sila sa aking skills, di ba? Secretary ako noon, nung simula pa lang ng grade 3, then school paper writer since grade 4, and then moving on to high school na, alam niyo yun, mas madalas pa sa labas ng school dahil sa extracurricular activities. Ganun ako nag-umpisa. At pasalamat ako sa mga guro at virtual clap para sa mga guro na nasa ating room ngayon. Alright? So ano bang gagawin natin ngayong hapon? So nalalabing siguro bang 45 minutes na meron ako, tatry natin. No? Pag-usapan kung ano yung mga pamamaraan para ma-address natin yung sinasabing gap, di ba? Yung mga kabataan daw, minsan di maintindihan ng matatanda or mas nakakatanda or yung mga mas nakatatanda, kagaya ng mga parents, guardians, guro, minsan parang hindi na maintindihan yung mga kabataan. No? Tingnan natin. And then, ano ba yung mga 21st century communication skills na kailangang ma-develop ng current set of leaders natin, yung ating Gen Z. So, very practical, itong mga tips na to. Nasa Ingles po yung ating mga slides, pero itatry natin na mas himayin pa to. So, wikang Filipino. Okay? Okay ba yan? Alright. Sige. And from time to time, I will also ask you to put your answers in our chat box. Alright? Para mas interactive nga tayo. Okay. Let's play a game. Name that device. Pero wala akong pa-premyo, no? Bragging rights na lang kung sinong manalo dito. And score niya na lang yung sarili niyo. Honesty policy tayo. Alright. Anong device ito? Hindi ko na itatanong kung anong century. Kasi, sige, bigyan ko idea. Mga 19th century ito. So, mga 200 years ago siya. Pangtahi. Actually, parang pag tinignan mo, parang siyang pang-laminate, no? Pwede. Pero ang social, may pagka-brass and copper siya. Okay, nakikita ka na yung mga tamang sagot? Okay. Hindi pala mga. Isa lang yung tamang sagot. Okay. Familiar ang mga bata sa app na to. Ngayon, may tinatawag na Telegram as an app. Pang-seal daw, hindi. This is a telegraph, no? And noong unang-unang panahon, noong 19th century, para mag-send ka ng isang mensahe, may ikling mensahe lang, or isang salita, or isang SOS, di ba? Humihingi ka ng tulong. Kailangan mong gumamit ng Morse code. So may mga nagsabi din po sa ating chat box. Ang galing. Nakikinig sa lessons ang ating mga participants. Ano to? Pangkaskas po ng yelo. Ng ilan. Telepono, pero ano? Siya ang pinakaunang cellphone. Okay, tama. Noong 1970s. Imagine nyo, ang bigat-bigat niyan, no? Hindi mo pwedeng ibulsa. And naabutan ko pa yung panahon na medyo mabigat talaga ang cellphone at mahal. Napakamahal tumawag. Okay, ano to? Yes, telepono pa rin siya. Para sa komunikasyon pa rin. Okay? So, yung dati, dial mo, di ba? Isa-isa, yung digit, rotary siya. Naabutan to ng mga ka-generation ko. Tuwang-tuwa pa akong laruin yun. Yung telepono dati. Okay, next. Ano to? Yan. Kilala na. Medyo ano na eh. Galing, may nagsagat in Tagalog. Makinilya. It's a typewriter. Hindi siya mantikilya. Ano yan? Margarine yun. Okay. Ito ay isang typewriter, no? So, bago pa tayo nagkaroon ng mga keyboards, electronic keyboards, we had typewriters. At dati, kapag nagkamali ka, hindi ka pwede mag-backspace or mag-delete lang. Kailangan mo ng bonus question. Ano yung puti na ginagamit? Gumagamit pa rin tayo nito ngayon kapag yung mga naka-ballpen na. Yes, yung wipe out, no? Liquid eraser. O tinatawag ng mga bata na snow paint or snow cake. Okay? Ito, ano to? Is a beeper. Tama. Yung ninuno ng ating mga cellphone, ng ating mga smartphone. So, ang ikli lang ng mga mensahe pwedeng ilagay dito. Talagang tipid na tipid. Kung yung text linggo ay nauso na dati, siguro ito yung origin na nun. Okay? Next. Ayan, nako, itong mga generation to, kilala to. Medyo high school yata ako. Ito ang social phone nun. Ito ang iPhone 12 namin nun. 3310, yes. Hindi ko pinopromote in particular yung brand, pero very, very distinct itong phone na to. It was analog. Analog yung tawag sa telepono na to. Hindi pa digital. Pansin nyo yung graphics. Kita nyo pa yung mga pixels, diba? Yung mga squares. Ayan, at napakatibay. Pwedeng tumawag. Wala pang ano nun. Hindi pa siya connected sa internet. And this one? Yes. And para makagamit ka ng mga programs sa loob niyan, anong kailangan i-download? Apps, yes. So this is a smartphone. So kumbaga, yung mga computer natin dati, noong unang-unang panahon, na sobrang lalaki to the point na kaya siyang i-fit sa isang room. Papasok ka, isa siyang computer, literal. Diba? So remember your computer history class, no? And lessons, ganun siya. And then nag-evolve, hanggang pinapaliit natin, mas nagiging efficient, mas matipid sa mga silicone and other materials inside. Okay, no? Di ba nakaka-amaze yung history ng communications technology? When we say communications with an S, may kinalaman yun lahat dun sa mga hardware, no? Pero yung pag-uusapan natin ngayon is communication without an S. It is about the art and science, no? Yung pakikipagtalastasan natin sa ibang tao, sa sarili natin, sa mga device. Yan. Okay? Ano to? Yeah, it's a computer, it's a tablet, no? Yeah. And even your smartphones are considered computers. And powerful lang, mas malakas pa yung smartphone kaysa sa mga laptops natin eh. And yeah, going back to our main topic, communication, yung komunikasyon sa wikang Filipino o sa Tagalog, it always changes society. And society was always organized around communication channel, no? So, napagbalik na lang, around the communication channel, sabi ni Vinod Khosla. May mga bagay noong unang panahon na naimbento, di ba? At yung lifestyle ng mga tao, doon nag-revolve. Yung pagka-text natin, pagkakaroon ng GC, pagkakaroon ng group message, pagkakaroon ng mga chain messages in the past, di ba? Mga pen pal, etc. Di ba lifestyle yung nabago sa atin? Ganun din po. May relasyon palagi yung mga communications technology natin with the way we interact with each other. Yung pakikipag-usap natin. No? Dati kapag meron tayo mga OFW family members, paano lang natin sila nakakausap? Through letters. Diba? And medyo matagal. Hindi instant. And nowadays, mag-Zoom call tayo, mag-FB Messenger call. It's possible. And nakikita na natin kung ano itsura ng kausap natin, diba? Real time. Okay. And ngayon, pwede na mag-bingo, pwede maglaro online. Ang dami possibilities. Okay? And we're trying to understand the gap, diba? Pansin nyo, dito sa picture, parang si analog cellphones, ayan, yung mga dating mga analog cellphones. Iba yung tingin nila kay smartphone, no? In the same way na minsan, tingin natin, ang laki ng pinagkaiba ng mga bata at nakatatanda to the point na pinag-aaway natin or mas nag-focus tayo dun sa differences imbis na magtulungan, no? Na minsan yung mga bata nauubusan din ng pasensya, di ba? Kapag nagpapaturo yung mga mas nakakatanda, paano to gamitin? Ano ba tong bagong app na to? Or anong uso, di ba? Mamaya makikita natin paano pa tayo mas magkakaroon ng mas healthy na relationship within our organizations, within our families, within our classroom. Kasi bawat isa na kinabibilangan natin ay, anong tawag dito, community in itself, no? Okay. So ngayon, very, very historic tong nangyayari sa ating mundo ngayon. Kasi it's multi-generational. Limang henerasyon po ang nasa workplaces na ngayon. Bakit? Meron tayo, yung mga tinatawag nating traditionalist na. Ito. And then meron tayong baby boomers. Ito yung mga lolo't lola. Ito medyo mga lolo't lola na rin. Then meron Generation X, mga millennials, at ang ating Generation Z or Gen Z. Okay? And base sa Western literature, nakabasa siya sa edad, no, ng kapanganakan. Pero tingnan natin kung paano natin siya i-fit sa atin, sa Pilipinas, no? Kasi hindi naman lahat sakto sa atin eh. Pero ang pagbabatayo natin dito ay meron talaga tayong several generations ngayon. At even sa school, no, yung ating mga teachers ay maaaring mga millennial, maaaring Gen X, at meron na mga Gen Z sa totoo lang, no. At exciting time sa totoo lang. Okay? Meron 4 na pagsubok o key challenges yung ating multi-generational workforce. And sa mga estudyante, wag nating isipin na para lang to sa mga nakatatanda. No? Pag sinabi nating workforce dito, maaaring ito din yung ating mga members sa ating SSG, sa ating mga SPG, no? Sa loob ng classroom, etc. So, una is culture or kultura. Yung sinasabi natin, ang bawat organisasyon ay merong distinct or kakaibang kultura sa loob nito, no? Alam natin na parang pag sinabi, yung mga, for example, Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts, alam natin yan yung masisipag at hashtag laging handa. May ganung kultura kasi naka-embed sa kanila yung ganung value na dapat lagi tayong handa sa kahit ano ang ating susuungin, diba? Whether it's first aid, risk management, etc. May ganung certain culture and identity. Next is communication style. This tells us that a certain age group receives and sends information and how they interact with others affect yung ating multi-generational workforce, even our organizations. No? So minsan, di ba may mga tao na, ba't ka sumisigaw? Ba't hindi mo kayang sabihin ng maayos, di ba? Magkaiba yung, may mga message na parehas yung words na ginamit, di ba? Pero the way this word delivered really matters a lot. Kung pasigaw, edi attack mode agad yun, di ba? How would your recipient of information receive it? Di ba? Siyempre parang, wait lang, galit ka ba sa akin? Pero ang ganda naman ng sinasabi niya, di ba? Meron pa, negative stereotypes. Pag sinabing stereotypes, parang binabox natin or kinakahon natin yung mga tao, no? Sa mga ganitong identity. And how people from different ages make predetermined prejudgment of others based on their age also matters in organizations, in workforces. For example, no, huwag natin pagalitan. Ito yung bad example to ng negative stereotype. Ginajudge natin si ma'am or si sir kasi hindi niya alam i-mute-unmute yung sarili niya sa Zoom, no? So parang, sandali lang, ginudge mo na yung teacher mo just because of their age, no? Na sinabi mo, ay kasi boomer siya hindi siya maalam gumamit, diba? So that's a very, very negative stereotype na wag naman natin gagawin, no? So mamaya, bigyan ko pa kayo mas maraming tips para mas maging peaceful ang ating mga workplaces and organizations. And lastly is cultural expectations, no? Meron tayong mga, this is a nationwide webinar, and ito ay magandang example, no? Na minsan meron tayong mga preconceived notions or mga iniisip na natin na ay ganyan siya kasi taga dito siya. 'Di ba? Ako taga-probinsya ako. Naranasan ko din yung ay kaya ka ganyan kasi taga-probinsya ka. 'Di ba parang wait lang excuse me. At kayo na ba ang basehan ng successful, 'di ba? Dahil nasa urban area or whatever. Hindi, dapat basagin natin yung mga ganong mga expectations and stereotypes natin. Okay? Moving forward, understanding each generation is very, very vital para maging, yun na nga, mas peaceful, magkaintindihan tayo. Diba? Ayaw naman natin syempre ng palaging nag-aaway. Although, ang conflicts or hindi pagkakaintindihan ay normal lang. Ulitin ko yan, ha? Ang conflicts ay normal. Ang hindi normal ay hindi natin to inaayos. Hindi natin pinag-uusapan. Normal na magkakaiba tayo ng paniniwalaan, magkakaiba tayo ng backgrounds, di ba? Magkakaiba tayo ng social status, ng pinanggalingang lugar, ng educational background, etc., etc. Di ba? Ang hindi normal ay we don't agree to disagree and we don't settle our differences. And sometimes, and most of the time I believe, itong mga pinagkakaiba natin, ito yung ating strengths. Okay? Hindi ba ang ganda noon na parang kahit magkaiba tayo ng pinaniniwalaan sa buhay, okay, magkaiba tayo ng alam, di ba? Kung meron isang misinformed at hindi ito base sa siyensya, ay di-inform natin, i-educate natin. Huwag natin pagtawanan. And there are ways on how to say it nicely. Okay, lalo na sa loob ng organizations, sa loob ng classroom, sa loob ng family. Okay ba yan? Malinaw pa? Patingin nga sa chat box kung okay pa. Hindi ko kasi kayo nakikita eh. Okay pa ba tayo? Okay, sige. Okay pa. Ayan, medyo may lag time talaga pagka Zoom. Di pa ako sanay. Okay, sa college kasi ako nagtuturo. Pero sobrang exciting talaga pag mga elementary at high school lang kausap. Nakakabata. Okay. So sabi nila, yung mga traditionalist or yung mga pinanganak ng 1925 to 1945, ganito yung mga motivations or nagpo-push. Ano yung nagpapagising sa kanila tuwing umaga? It's respect, it's recognition, and it's providing long-term value to the organization. So legacy, mas legacy yung nahanap nila. Ano yung kanilang communication style? It's personal touch, no? So yung mga in-person events, yun yung mas nakakabuhay. Handwritten notes and instead of email. And the strategies to communicate with them is to, paramdam natin sa kanila, kailangan po namin kayo. Kaya yung mga parang Yoda, di ba? Familiar kayo sa Star Wars. Sila yung may wisdom na pinagdaanan nila yan, di ba? May kasabihan nga sa Filipino na papunta ka palang pabalik na ako. Lalim, di ba? Ibig sabihin nun, minsan nakinig din tayo sa mga nakatatanda dahil pinagdaanan nila yun at ayaw nila na nasasaktan din tayo. Kung familiar din kayo din sa isang show ngayon na sikat sa Netflix, yung sa startup, no? May tinatawag na sandbox. Ano yung sandbox? Diba sa playground, na-imagine nyo, may buhangin, ganyan. Tapos, ang nilalagay yung buhangin na yun para hindi masaktan yung mga bata kapag nadapa sila, di ba? So, ibig sabihin nun, kapag nagkakamali tayo sa buhay, okay lang man, di ba? Pero tatayo tayo at sana meron tayong mga gabay, may mga tumutulong sa atin para kahit madapa tayo, kaya pa na rin natin bumangon, di ba? Kuha? Okay, note lang din po, hindi natin sinasabi na dahil dinedescribe natin ngayon, itong mga generations na to, ay ikakahon na natin sila doon. At sasabihin natin, ay, ganun ka kasi ganyan. Dahil boomer ka, dahil millennial ka, etc. Sinasabi lang natin, dinedescribe natin sila para mas maintindihan natin at mas maging peaceful ang ating pakikipag-communicate sa kanila at pakikipag-usap, no? Ang next natin, yung mga baby boomers. Sila yung pinanganak ng 1946 hanggang 1964. At ang motivation nila ay company loyalty, teamwork, duty. So yung mga parents ng mga millennials, karamihan nandito. So ito yung type ng generation na very loyal talaga sa company. Usually, kung saan sila pumasok, no, nung kanilang first job, dun sila magre-retire. At yung buong buhay nila ay umikot din doon. No? Naisip niyo na ba yung ganong mga tao? And then ang communication style nila is kung ano yung pinaka-efficient, pinaka-mabilis, diba? Ang bilis ng tawag tatawag yan. Hindi yan text or IM na lang. Hindi gano'n. Mas face-to-face. And then ang strategy para mas makapag-communicate tayo sa kanila at ma-engage talaga sila is to provide them with specific goals and deadlines. Malinaw. Ito ang gagawin natin. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, year-end planning to. Anong gagawin natin for next year? Anong nagawa na natin this year? Ano yung mga strengths? Ano yung mga kailangan pa natin i-improve? No? And okay lang. Kung, di ba, ang 2020, very challenging yun. And very, very rewarding na nagawa natin bumangon. No? Kahit ganito yung mga challenges na pinagdadaanan natin ngayon. Ganun yung type na to ng mga goal setter. And mas mentor roles ang kinahinahanap. At coaching style. Kumbaga, hindi dictator level. Talagang mas a partner, di ba? Yung mga teachers natin, minsan coaches natin yan eh. So, yung mga sumasali sa quiz bee, familiar yan sa ganong style. No? Talagang, sige, ito yung alam kong tamang gawin. Tingin mo ba tama to? Okay? May ganong level of partnership. Next is Generation X or Gen X, in short. Okay, motivated sila by diversity, work-life balance, and then their personal and professional interests rather than their company's interests, no? And communication style nila, ganun din, parang sa mga baby boomer, kung ano yung efficient, kagaya ng phone calls or face-to-face. And the strategies to communicate and engage is immediate feedback, no? Kung may mali, sabihin agad. Wag na ipagpabukas pa. And then, yung flexible work arrangements and work-life balance din. Okay? Hindi po like yan. It's life. Okay? And yung opportunities for personal development. Makakapag-aral pa ba ako after this? Diba? Bilang guro, paano ko pagbubutihin pa ang aking pagtuturo? Siyempre, lagi kang magbabasa ng news or yung mga continuing education programs, diba? Yun yung mga engage natin. Okay? At ang mga millennials, no? Ito yung na-stereotype negatively na entitled. Kasama ako dito. Or sabi nila, ang millennials, kami daw ay, ang motivation ay responsibility pag binigyan mo ng challenge. No? Hindi yung parang, ay, ito na yung gagawin ko. And then, ang hinahanap nila ay isang mentor. Hindi isang taga-utos lamang, no? At hinahanap din nila yung very unique work experience to the point na ano magagawa nito sa future, no? And even in organizations, maaaring ganun din yung hinahanap ng mga millennials. Anong silbi nito sa mundo? Mababago ba, ma-reduce ba natin ang poverty? Matutulungan ba nating sagipin ang planeta at i-reduce ang climate risks na meron tayo ngayon, no? Okay, ang communication style sa kanila, I am. Kaya nga pa PM na lamang tayo, ganyan. Then text and email. Kasi dito na buhay ang mga millennials. Nandito na yung mga tinatawag nating digital natives. Okay? Digital natives. Sige, type nga po yung digital natives. Para matandaan natin. Sabi nila, dapat sinusulat daw para matandaan, no? Sige nga, type natin. Yan, digital natives. Yung mga nauna sa kanila, maaaring mga digital immigrants. O, parang spelling bee tayo ngayon. Patingin spelling ng digital immigrants. Yan. Bibilis mag-type ng iba, mga millennial siguro to. Binox ko na rin, no? Strength yan. Ayan. Ang pinagkaiba niyan, yung mga digital natives, lumaki sila na meron ng internet. Familiar na sila dun sa mga digital gadgets, no? Mga ninuno na ng smartphones, and you have your personal computers. Yan na yung mga generation namin, yung papunta-punta sa coffee shop, ay sa computer shop para mag-internet, para mag-research. Yan yun. And then nag-evolve na nagkaroon na sa bahay, ng sariling laptop, sariling computer. And then, yung mga digital immigrants naman, yung mga hindi nabuhay ng or lumaki na meron ng mga digital gadgets, maaaring wala pang internet. Ako maswerte ako na nandun ako sa in-between. Naabutan ko yung wala pang cellphone. Pag sinabi na magkikita tayo sa Cubao ng alas 12, en punto, na dun ka dapat. Hindi ka pwedeng, magta-text na lang ako na on the way pa lang, no? Pero maliligo pa lang. No? Walang ganon, dati. So, inabutan namin yung ganong panahon. Maaaring yung iba sa amin, mga digital immigrants, but ako, kinoconsider ko sarili kong digital native kasi elementarya pa lang ako. Naturuan na din akong mag-computer. No? And maswerte yung mga generation na naabutan yung post kasi nako-compare talaga nila. Okay? And the strategies to communicate and engage with our millennials, going back to our current avatar here, is to manage them by results, no? Hindi yung palaging nandito sa likod, ano ginagawa mo? Diba sa office parang, kailangan palaging, hindi ganun ang millennials, talagang, wait na, wag mo kong bantayan, palagi, minuto. Kasi alam ko ang kailangan kong gawin. No? And sila, may sarili silang, kumbaga mas flexible. Diba? Pwede magtrabaho sa coffee shop, pwede magtrabaho sa beach, or wherever. Sa kanila nag-umpisa yung sinasabing mga digital nomads. So, kaya nilang magtrabaho wherever they are. And kung ano yung nangyayari ngayon sa ating mga lockdowns, no, na nagre-remote work tayo, nandyan yung mga millennials natin, maaaring kasama sila sa umpisa nun. Yan. Okay? And our Gen Zs, no? Ating Gen Z, mas motivated sila ng diversity, personalization, individuality, and creativity. No? And mas madalas nga na sa stereotype din na parang weird naman nung iisip niya. But no, That's their upbringing, ayan yung kanilang exposure. Kailangan nating intindihin. Anong communication style sa kanila? IM pa din, pa GC-GC, PM-PM, DM-DM, text, and social media. And the strategies to communicate with them is to work on multiple projects. Minsan na may misunderstood din tayo na mas nakatatanda. Sasabihin, ang dami-dami mong ginagawa. But that's the refuel, diba? Kapag hindi siya parang isa lang, no? So mapapansin nyo, iba-iba talaga yung bawat generation in terms of work style, communication style. And yun yung kailangan nating intindihin. But again, huwag natin i-box yung mga tao. And naghahanap din sila ng work-life balance and independence, kagaya ng mga millennials. Huwag mo akong pakialaman masyado. I know what I need to do. So usually, yung mga supervisors, yung mga teachers, mga president ng mga organizations na galing sa mga previous generations like Gen X or millennials, ang gagawin nila, di ba? Sasabihin lang nila kung ano yung direction. And then, pang mga Gen Z, dahil sila yung mga ginogroom natin para mga estudyante sa loob ng workplace or sa loob ng organization, sila na bahala sa sarili nilang schedule, no? So, kaya nila na, okay, ganito yung kailangan kong makagawa ng isang movie in 1 month, for example. Okay, paano ko yung gagawin? So, work backwards. Ito, kailangan kong gawin para makapunta ako sa goal ko na yun. Malinaw? Malinaw pa ba? Patingin nga po. So, ano-ano nga yung natin, 5 nating generations? Patingin sa chat box. May pa-quiz ako agad, no? Sige, antayin ko ang sagot niya. Ano yung 5? Sige, kahit isa-isa lang ang sagot. Okay, traditionalists, baby boomers, Gen Z. Ano pa? Okay. Sige, tama naman. Ngayon, ang tanong, saan kayo belong na generation? Patingin? Parang poll na rin to. Okay, may mga Gen Z. Ang daming Gen Z for sure. No, ang ating mga anak dito, mga bata. Galing sa elementary. Ayan. May mga millennials. Hello sa mga ka-generation ko. Okay, ang bata ng crowd na to, nakakabata. Okay, I trust tama ang ang sagot nyo. Okay. Okay. And communication, bakit siya mahalaga? Because it leads to community. Ang isang community, no, kaya nga parang parehas sila ng root word. In Latin, it's communicare, no, to make common. Diba? And kahit nga sa loob ng simbahan, may tinatawag na communion, diba? Kaya nagsasama-sama yung mga tao, no? It leads to understanding, to intimacy, and to mutual valuing. Meron tayong pagkakapare-parehas. Kaya tayo nagkakaintindihan, no? Yan. And meron tayong, diba, powerful tips to manage yung ating mga multi-generational organization. So, para ito, sa mga student leaders, para sa mga guro, di ba, na nagmamanage ng kanilang classrooms, at para sa mga youth formators na nasa mga multi-generational workplaces. Okay, ready na? Yan. First is encourage collaboration through knowledge sharing. Huwag madamot. Kung alam mo ang isang bagay, ituro mo sa iba. Nicely. Okay? And we have to create this space na safe. Safe space. Pag sinabing safe space, okay lang maging honest, 'di ba? Na hindi ko 'to alam. Pwede mo ba akong turuan? Kung alam mo, 'di ba? Di share mo yung alam mo. And pwedeng may partner, body, kunwari tungkol sa planning. Sige, si president tsaka si secretary ang magli-lead, 'di ba? Pwede may mga body system sa loob ng organization para mas madali na magawa ito, no? Hindi ba ang saya nun? Parang lahat teacher, 'di ba? Sa loob ng organization, lahat mentor. Next is discover the best way to communicate. Magkakaiba ang organization in the same way na magkakaiba ang mga families, magkakaiba ang mga communities to. At hindi nag-a-apply ang isa lang na communication style para sa lahat ng generations. Kaya nga dinescribe natin sila earlier. No? And dapat yung mga leaders, yung mga presidents, yung mga teachers, yung mga supervisors, pag sinabi natin manager, hindi lang to sa corporation, dapat various methods yung ginagamit natin ng communication. Para yung kung ano yung gusto nating sabihin mensahe, for example, yung 4 na core values ng DepEd, Mahirap yan i-unpack, no? Parang ano yung sabihin ng pagiging makabayan, yung pagiging makadiyos, yung makakalkasan at makatao, di ba? So, kung gusto natin yun yung sabihin nating mensahe sa ating mga estudyante, sa ating organization leaders or members, kailangan i-make sure natin na iba't iba yung pamamaraan. Huwag natin i-assume na pag may ginamit tayong isang pamamaraan ng pagsabi ng mensahe, for example, a private message, okay na yun. No, no? Kasi very very one way. Kailangan may feedback pabalik. Nag-gets ba nila ibig sabihin nun? Kaya nga yung mga teachers laging tayong tinatanong, malinaw ba? Paano mag-prove ni teacher kung nakuha nga? May pa-quiz, di ba? Meron pa exam, may pa-portfolio, di ba? Yun yung mga various methods natin to assess learning. And ganun din po sa communication, kung naintindihan talaga. And ang mahalaga nga, ay meron hinahayaan natin yung mga organization members natin na sabihin sa atin, wait lang, parang may mali. Parang kaya pa natin i-improve kung paano natin kakausapin yung ating members para bumalik sila sa mga activities. Pag napapansin natin, uy, wala na umatend na activities natin, mga camps and whatever. Diba? Kung nasa in-person na tayo, nasa classroom na tayo. Mag-isip ka na, di ba? Bilang leader, ano bang kailangan gawin? And kausapin mo yung members mo, di ba? Kausapin mo yung mga mentors and mga teachers. Okay ba yan? Okay. Next is reduce misinterpretations through clearly defined expectations. Hashtag clear expectations. Dahil kapag hindi malinaw ang expectations sa umpisa, merong disappointment in the end, di ba? For example, you're expecting to hear, dito sa webinar, kunwari, 3 yung inaasahan yung speakers, bigla ako nawala. Di ba, wait lang, nawala yung isang speaker. Nakaka-disappoint, diba? And ang mahalaga sa mga multi-generational workplaces natin and organizations, dapat flexible tayo. No? Hindi porke hindi natupad yung plano mo, failure na, diba? Dapat yung mga leaders open then to adjusting. Okay? And pasensya. Habaan natin ang patience natin for both sides of the spectrum. Para sa mas nakatatanda at sa mas nakababata. No? Sinasabi dito, baka maaari dahil dun sa mga characteristics nila, mas matagalan yung mga digital immigrants natin or yung mas nakatatanda na matutunan ng isang bagay. Lalo na yung paggamit ng mga apps, yung pag-TikTok, for example, diba? Pagtaturo sa atin yung mas nakatatanda. Maging pasensyoso tayo. At yung sa mga mas matatanda din, ganun din sa mga bata, no? Huwag tayo mag-impose. Tingnan natin kung ano talaga yung mas maganda na pamamaraan ng communication with them. Okay? And having consistent and frequent check-ins or yung pagkumusta, yung pag-check-in, no? Kaya laging nag-uumpisa sa kumusta kayo, di ba? Hindi ka gumsabak agad sa kung ano yung meeting o yung klase agad, no? Mangumusta muna tayo para makita natin kung ready na ba yung kabilang party, yung ating recipient ng mensahe. Okay? Okay. Next, address diverse needs with a fair and flexible policy. So yung mga organization members natin, hindi lang empleyado, magkakaiba yung pinanggagalingan niya, no? And ang mahalaga, dapat open-minded, no? Bukas ang ating isipan, flexible at hashtag bawal judgmental, sabi nga sa Itbulaga, no? Ang multi-generational workplace, iba-iba yan yung age niya, yung background, working style, interest. And the very fact that we're working with people makes things complicated. Tao di ba? And magdadwal lang ba tayo sa pagkakaiba natin? Hindi. But we make sure that our differences will serve as our springboard or yung tutuntungan natin para mag-succeed tayo. Okay? And tandaan nyo to, one size does not fit all. Okay? For example, literal, ang t-shirt na small ay hindi kakasya sa isang medium-built person. Bakit natin ipipilit? Ibig sabihin nun, kung nag-apply ang isang communication style, isang management style sa organization A, yun na yung a-apply natin sa B. Tapos sasabihin ng members, gumana naman dun sa kabila, bakit hindi mag-a-apply sa atin? No, that's not it, no? So magkakaiba ang mga characteristics ng bawat organization, ng bawat klase, di ba? Even Sa loob ng isang section, ang daming estudyante, siguro 40, di ba? And bawat isa doon, iba-iba ang age, ang background, etc. Imagine niyo pag sinagsama-sama yon, sobrang varied. And kahit tayo ngayon, we have 5,000 viewers on Facebook and we have 500 people inside the Zoom room. Bawat isa sa atin magkakaiba din. And I'm not sure about your understanding right now, but kaya ako nagtatanong from time to time, di ba? So yun yung naging communication style ko with you dahil tayo magkakasama sa isang room. Okay? So dapat mas flexible at open tayo para laging balance and may peace, may kapayapaan sa loob. Okay? And then don't treat everyone the same way. Di ba? Yun pa rin, paulit-ulit na more on this tip para sa mga teachers, no? Magkakaiba yung pinanggagalingan ng mga bata. So wag na, sabi nga, don't compare. But at times, tao lang naman tayo. Nako-compare din natin yung mga tao sa utak natin. Mas intindihin natin, di ba? At isipin natin, ano kayang nangyayari? No? Malaking challenge, totoo lang. And tao lang din. Kailangan din ng support ng ating mga guro at ng mga youth coordinators. No? At hindi lahat ay, again and again, adept sa paggamit ng smartphones, paggamit ng Zoom. Dati nga, wala pa tayong tinatawag na Zoom fee, biglang nagkaroon ng Zoom fee. Walang word dati na selfie, pero nagkaroon ng word na selfie, di ba? Meron pa, may darating pang bagong teknolohiya at di natin alam kung ano yon in the coming years, no? And sana, hindi natin to gamitin para i-judge natin yung ibang tao, bakit hindi sila maala, no? And let's help, let's support each other, make the global space a safe space for everyone, no? Whether it's in person or virtual. Ang dali kasing mang-away online, no? And wag nating gagawin yon, no? Mga bata at ating mga parents, guardians, teachers, wag po. Let's make our virtual spaces a safe one. Okay? And then, yun pa rin, para sa ating mga managers, kailangan fair. Patas ang ating pag-treat sa isa't isa para meron tayong kapayapaan. And may pinagdadaanan ng bawat tao, no? Baka nakangiti lang yan ngayon, pero at the back of their minds, parang mabigat yung pinagdadaanan. And it really takes a lot of skills, diba? And sensitivity to know if, okay, yung kausap natin. Okay? Mahirap. Itong communication, pinag-aralan ko ng 4 na taon, pero hindi ko sasabing expert ako, no? Kasi every single day, natututo din ako sa pakikipag-usap sa mga kliyente, sa mga estudyante ko, sa mga ka-work ko. Okay. And yung ginagawa ng mga leaders natin, how our management chooses to treat its people impacts everything for better or for worse. Kung ano yung pipiliin ni leader, ni teacher, ni president, di ba? Malaking impact yon sa mangyayari sa loob ng classroom at very, very challenging, lalo na dahil nasa basic ed tayo, no? Sobrang importante ng stage na to sa buhay, no? Ayaw naman, don't break people, no, na nagkaroon ng trauma in the future, diba? Na yun yung matatandaan niya galing sa elementary days, galing sa high school days. Wag po, no? So let's make sure that every single space that we're in is a safe one. Komportable yung mga tao. Okay? And more tips bago ko po i-end. Okay? 8 essential communication skills for leaders. No? Leader sa classroom, leader sa bahay, leader sa organization. First is the ability to adapt your communication style. Kung sanay ka, sanay ka na written yung mga bagay-bagay. Mag-tag along ka ng isang classmate or isang workmate na, uy, ikaw naman magbasa nito, ikaw naman magsabi nito sa mga members. Kasi kinakabahan ka lang ako, hindi ko kaya. Diba? Pag ready na siya, tulungan mo siya. No? Turuan mo din. Next is active listening. It's not just listening. Okay, question. Anong pinagkaiba ng listening sa hearing? Tagalog, parang parehas lang yun. Pakikinig. Pero listening versus hearing. Sige nga, patingin. Okay, listening is with understanding daw. Ano pa? May kasamang comprehension. Sige, ano ibig sabihin ng hearing? The listening is purposive. Listening, pakikinig. Hearing is pandinig. Yeah, yan yung pwedeng pinakamalapit nating translation, no? yung isang sound, no? Halimbawa, gaya sa kotse, narinig mo yon, no? And then, pwedeng iba yung pagkakaintindi mo sa, aba, may dumating bang tao? Diba? Or dumaan lang yon. Diba? Ang active listening natin dito, we always listen to the other people without thinking of preconceived answers. Kumbaga, nakikinig ka kasi gusto mo maintindihan yung tao. Hindi dahil ready kang magsabi ng sagot. Nakuha niyo yun? Kasi minsan, di ba, lalo na kapag magko-conflict management, lalo kayong aayusing away, or halimbawa, sinabihan ka ng classmate, wait, nag-cheat yan, blah, 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 tapos pinatawag ka ni teacher, ganyan. Posible na defensive mode ka kagad dahil pinatawag ka. Makinig ka muna, no? Kung ano yung sinabi sa kay teacher, no? Tapos, saka mo sabihin, ano yung opinion mo, ano yung nangyari. Dapat, pumapasok tayo sa isang conversation na hindi paatake, no? Na may baon ka na, may bit ka na, bang! Ito yung sasagot ko. Hindi, makinig ka muna. And, saka ka sumagot. Nakuha? And then transparency, no? Well, this is connected to honesty. Na sinasabi mo sa other end of the conversation, sa recipient ng message mo na, ito yung pinapresent kong goals, etc., etc. Ganito rin ba yung naintindihan mo? If they said yes, tumango, or nag-thumbs up, ibig sabihin, naintindihan nila yun, di ba? So, may iba't iba tayong pamamaraan ng communication. It can be written, it can be verbal, di ba? It can be non-verbal, kagaya ng mga gestures. Okay? Clarity. Malinaw ba? Kaya tinatanong lagi, is it clear? Crystal clear, no? Dapat, i-make sure natin na sa bawat communication endeavor, no, sa pakikipag-usap, pakikipagtalastasan, malinaw, nagigats ng kausap natin, yung ating sinasabi. And then, you should have that ability to ask open-ended questions. Pag sinabing open-ended questions, hindi lang ito answerable by yes or no. Okay? Ito yung mga, halimbawa, ang tanong ay, ano ang nararamdaman mo towards a certain change? Halimbawa, nagkakaroon ng bagong sistema sa loob ng organization. Ano ang nararamdaman mo tungkol dito sa change na to? Imbes na itinatanong mo, sang-ayon ka ba sa change na to? Yes or no? Di ba? Sarado agad, no? Hindi ka nagbigay ng space para ilahad nung other party yung kanilang nararamdaman talaga. Importante din to kahit sa research. Empathy, no? Nararamdaman mo ba yung nararamdaman ng ibang tao? Are you able to put yourself in their shoes? And then open body language. Ito yung medyo mahirap sa virtual space. Lalo na kapag naka-turn off yung mga videos, no? And hindi naman natin mapipilit lahat. Lalo na mayroon tayong pinaprotektahan natin yung mga bata and yung data privacy. So hindi natin makita, okay pa ba yung other end? Kagaya ngayon, hinuhulaan ko lang kung tulog na kayo or gising pa or whatever. What? Ayun yung limitation ng virtual space eh. And then receiving and implementing feedback. I get feedback from you right now through the chat box, no? Or sa Facebook, tinitignan ko rin yung comment section ngayon, no? Habang nagsasalita ako, that's my immediate feedback. And later on, kung magkakaroon pa ng evaluation, mas kukuhanin natin yan sa datos. Yes, malinaw ba? Sana nakuha niyo itong mga tips na to. Okay, dahil ang great leaders communicate and great communicators lead. Magkakabit palagi ang effective communication at ang good leadership. Tandaan niyo yun. Ang good leaders ay great communicators din. Okay? Kasi, nasasabi niya, ito yung magiging direction natin for this year. Ito yung plataforma ko bilang student leader. Ito ang kailangan natin matutunan at the end of this quarter, of this school year. Okay? Diba? Ganun ang ating mga great leaders. At ang leadership ay hindi lang nakakabit sa posisyon. Tandaan niyo yan. Kahit hindi ka president, huwag mo maliitan ang iyong role sa isang organization, sa isang classroom. Okay? Dahil mahalaga kang parte ng sistemang to. At kung ano yung pamamaraan natin ng pakikipag-communicate natin, ay makakaapekto sa magiging kultura, sa pag-make sure na merong trust in the middle of the organization. Okay? And that's it for me. I hope Maraming kayong natutunan dahil sana hindi ko kayo na-disappoint, no? Dahil kaya ko nga make sure na nung umpisa ay may hit natin yung ating mga objectives sa loob ng 45 minutes. Narasan ko yung sarili ko eh. And if you're interested in the work that we do, ako bilang development communicator, visit praxis.ph or praxis.ph, no? Yung nandiyan po sa ating screen. And para sa mga teachers, sa mga youth formators, my email address is sam@praxis.ph. Alright? So maraming salamat po. Okay, may nagtanong, pahabol na tanong, pwede daw po ba yung PowerPoint? Opo, iko-correct ko lang po yung ilang typos, ha? Medyo nahilo ng kaunti yung ilang letters at words natin. Tatama ko lang po, pero ibibigay po natin sa YFD. So maraming salamat po, YFD, sa ating mga student leaders, sa ating mga youth formators, teachers. Thank you so much and stay safe always. All right?
Wow, that was indeed a very meaningful session that we have on how to communicate effectively. Napakarami po namin natutunan sa inyo, sa napakagaling, the outstanding and beautiful speaker, Ms. Samantha Javier. So ituloy-tuloy na po natin ito. If meron pa po kayong questions sa ating magaling na speaker na si Ms. Sam, save po muna natin mamaya yan for our open forum. Okay? So, our next topic, let's have another excellent speaker with so many feathers on his cap. Our next speaker is a professional English teacher, a theater actor, a freelance events host, and an active youth advocacy development advocate based in Dumaguete City, Negros Oriental. He graduated at Silliman University in 2015 with a degree in Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in English, magna cum laude. Wow! Serving as the student government president of Silliman University in his last scholastic year, he was awarded university honors and was given the distinction as the 2015 Most Outstanding Student of the Year of Silliman University. On the same year, he also led the Negros Oriental League of Student Government, or LSG, as president. Shortly after he graduated, he represented Region 7 and became a national finalist and regional awardee to the 2015 Search for the 10 Outstanding Students of the Philippines, or TOSP. An advocate for youth empowerment and the arts ever since his college years, he was awarded in 2013 by Gawad Kalinga as one of the top 10 awardees for the Parangal ng Mga Bayani for performing arts. Ang galing naman. In 2017, he became an academic fellow to the Young Southeast Asian Leaders Initiative 2017 Spring Academic Fellowship for Civic Engagement at the University of Nebraska, Omaha, USA. This became a major platform in establishing and funding a nonprofit youth advocacy development organization in Dumaguete City, the Paper Plane Project. Currently, he is the project director of a youth online creativity and awareness platform in Negros Oriental, Connect Kabataan. Dear participants, it's my privilege to present to you Mr. Hans Denzel Villahermosa. Palakpakan po natin siya.
Hello! Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. I hope you guys can hear me properly. Can you give me a thumbs up or can you share din sa ating comment box kung clear lang yung audio ko before we start with my talk this afternoon. So while doing that, I'm also going to share my screen. All right. All right, so once again, grabe po talaga, nakaka-overwhelm ang opportunity na ito. Of course, thank you so much to the Youth Formation Division for giving me this platform to share to over around 500 to 600 student leaders, student government advisors all around the Philippines to share something that's really close to my heart. And you know, it's been a long time since I was able to really speak in front of virtually, you know, in this case, in front of a lot of student leaders. I think the last time was around a few years ago pa, when I was still very active in my youth organization. But as we all know, right now I'm an English teacher, so I face a lot of young people almost every day up until the pandemic happened. So medyo nakaka-overwhelm. At to be honest, medyo I was a bit nervous before, especially after Ate Sam's talk. Grabe din talaga, napaka-enlightening at meaningful yung talk ni Ate Sam. And I even at some point forgot na speaker din pala ako because I was really enjoying listening to her talk earlier. Na because talagang importante yung communication when it comes to student leadership and in whatever endeavor that you will have to go through as leaders in the future. Communication is key. At isa din yung conflict resolution at management na itinakal din ni Ate Sam sa kanyang previous talk. Now, my talk this afternoon is going to be kind of different from Ate Sam's talk because this talk is going to be a bit more specific because it will talk about a personal advocacy of mine, an initiative. And syempre, as student leaders din ngayon, kayong lahat na nanonood dito together with the advisors at sa lahat po na watching also in our Facebook Live, this is going to be a talk that will help you maximize the new platform or the new normal that we have right now because we will never know how long we're going to have an online platform pagdating sa education, pagdating sa pagtuturo at sa ating pag-learn. At syempre din, kaakibat din dito ang ating mga responsibilidad as student leaders, right? So this is going to be quite personal. This is going to be a talk on how I managed a particular initiative, especially during the pandemic. And sana mabigyan din kayo ng mga ideas on how to probably craft or initiate activities or programs din online sa inyong mga constituents, sa inyong respective na mga student governments. Okay? So, before that, meron akong short na game lang din because I also want this to be quite interactive because alam ko ang dami-daming kabataan dito. Talagang na-realize ko na hindi na talaga ako masyadong bata, especially after Ate Sam's talk earlier, no? So there are around 500 people here and most of you I know are kids. They are your teenagers. Ito yung mga estudyante talaga na who really wants to learn more about student leadership, student politics, and advocacy formation. So before anything else, gusto ko maglaro muna tayo. I know you guys are familiar with Fast Talk. You're familiar with the Fast Talk, right? Teka lang muna because I think hindi pala tama tong slides ko. Alright, so dito na, yung Fast Talk. Okay, so you guys are familiar with Fast Talk. So what I want you to do right now is to just i-type na lang natin sa comment box din natin yung sagot nyo para mas meron din kayong parang movement sa mga kamay nyo while you guys are listening to my talk. Again, ang Fast Talk, you are given 2 options and you just need to choose. Very fast. Walang masyadong explanation lang. No explanation on why that is your choice. Pumili lang talaga kayo given sa dalawang options na ibibigay ko. Okay? Ready? Ready na? Alright, sige, let's start the Fast Talk with online or face-to-face. So, ibigyan ko kayo ng time na mag-type. Uy, meron ng online, oh. Face-to-face. Parang marami atang face-to-face talaga. I barely see answers na online. Of course, no, I think that everyone can relate to this. This is something na hindi talaga natin expect na this pandemic would last this long. I know everyone's really wanting to go back to their classrooms now, but unfortunately, we still can't. So, kaya this talk of mine this afternoon will really show or will really give you an idea as to how to maximize the online platform that we're given. All right, ramdam ko talaga ang hinaing ng lahat na nandito ngayon, no? Face-to-face talaga. Pwede online pero may baon. Yes, that's right. So sa lahat, sa mga nanay niyo dyan, sabihin niyo lang po na, I think may kumakain nga din iba dito eh. So parang okay lang din naman yung baon sa yung pagkain sa bahay, right? Alright, sige. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng nag-answer sa ating first na question. Alright, next. Leader or follower? So, leader or follower? So merong leader, merong follower. Ano ba talaga ang pagkakaiba nito? Kung ibig sabihin, kung ikaw ba isang follower, ibig sabihin ba nito hindi ka na isang leader or vice versa? Okay, because we all know that as leaders, no, we have different roles, we have different personalities, meron tayong iba't ibang estratehiya kung paano natin dalhin ang isang organization. Alright, so parang medyo hati yung answers natin. Meron talagang preferred nila yung leader, meron din yung follower. Alright, so next question. Speak or listen? Alright, so ito importante. Medyo related to sa talk ni Ate Sam earlier, no? because I think na na-differentiate niya din earlier kung ano yung difference ng listening from hearing. At of course, we were talking about communication earlier. So it's just speaking or listening. May mga answers dito na both. Listen, speak. Alright, sige. So parang na-energize ako sa mga answers nyo dito sa ating comment box. Next question. President or Vice President? So, kahit hindi ka Vice President or President sa organisasyon mo or sa student government nyo, you just need to choose lang. Ano bang mas preferred mo kung sakali? Do you want to be President or Vice President? Okay, parang mas maraming President. Siyempre, right? Meron ding Vice President. Okay, because the reason why I'm doing this is really just to give me an idea kung ano yung parang answers ng karamihan sa mga nandito ngayon sa ating Zoom session. All right, next question. Secretary o treasurer? Ito naman. Kasi yung secretary at treasurer, these are two very different roles, right, in an organization. So iba to eh. Very different yung role ng secretary, very different yung role ng treasurer. Iba-iba yung scope nila. Alright, so mas maraming secretary. Takot ba kayong humawak ng pera dito, guys? I feel you. Okay, meron ding treasurer, pero parang mas maraming secretary. Okay. Alright, so let's proceed na. Let's proceed to our next question. Facebook or Twitter? Gusto ko sana isali din yung Instagram eh. So let's just focus on two lang. So Facebook or Twitter? Saan ba kayo mas may gusto? Gusto niyo bang Facebook or gusto niyo sa Twitter? Okay, so Facebook, meron ding Twitter. Both. All right. So alam ko na yung mga kabataan ngayon, no, you're all very much active in social media. During our time, when I was your age, not so long ago, ha? During our time, wala pang Twitter masyado. This Twitter just became very, very popular just in recent years lang. All right. So next question. Single or taken? Parang ibang question to, Kuya Hansa. Parang, okay, parang single. Okay, parang ang daming single dito. Baka in denial lang yung iba dito, ha? Meron single at ready to mingle daw. Okay. So, who knows? Baka fellow student leader mo lang din sa ibang rehiyon, makita mo yung ano mo dito, ha? Ay, meron jingle, single po. Alright, parang ang daming single, no? Okay. So, next question na naman tayo. Okay, 11 pa lang po. Okay, wag mo nang sagutin kung ikaw ay minor or talaga 12 below. So, para lang sa mga sa mga high school. Taken. Okay, sige. Let's proceed now to our next question. Leadership or advocacy? Ano bang mas pipiliin mo kung ikaw papipiliin sa dalawa? Leadership ba or advocacy? Alright, so parang mas marami ang advocacy, no? Both po. So meron isang leadership. Meron ding leadership from Tarlac. Advocacy. Both. Alright, so this actually gave me an idea, no, that you guys here, almost everybody here in the Zoom session really knows what we're talking about. Everyone here knows what leadership, what advocacy is, because you have a choice. Meron kang decision eh. So that really shows that the group of young people who are in the Zoom session right now really are very eager to learn more about leadership and what they can do to further improve whatever they have and what they can do to their own respective communities. All right, so simulan na. Meron pang last pala. Sorry, bayan o kasintahan? Ito yung parang final question natin. Bayan, syempre. All right, so para sa bayan to, di ba? Hashtag para sa bayan. Kasintahan. Or merong sumagot ng kasintahan. Parang isa lang yata eh. Okay, almost everybody, no? Grabe, nakaka-proud naman kung yan yung sagot nyo. Kasi kung ako yung tatanungin nyo, parang 50-50. Joke lang. Okay, so mas marami talagang sumagot ng bayan. Tingnan natin. Kasintahan, bubuo ng bayan. O, di ba? Witty din yung isa. O. bayang sinisinta. Hashtag para sa kasintahan. Alright, so maraming salamat for participating in this very short interactive activity. No? Right now, we're going to talk about an initiative of mine. I'm going to be talking about how we can connect many young people, not just within your locality, but even in places that you've never imagined connecting before. All right, so very very timely lang din because I was given the topic of Kabataan Connect, and I also have an initiative that I call Connect Kabataan, which is actually an ongoing initiative right now here in my locality, here in my province, Negros Oriental. So again, I'd like to introduce myself. Ako si Kuya Hans, so you can call me Kuya Hans. I'm a teacher here. I'm an English teacher. I handle high school students. But more than just teaching, I also do a lot of things outside. I'm also into theater. So I really love performing. I'm into performing arts. Theater is really something that gives life to whatever I do. No, aside from teaching also, it's really both inspiring para sa akin. And aside from that, I also do hostings. And then I'm very active in community activities and community youth initiatives dito din sa Negros Oriental, dito sa Dumaguete. All right, so before anything else, I would like to talk about how Connect Kabataan came to be. You know, yung organization kasi na hinahandle ko, yung dinadala kong organization, which I call as the Paper Plane Project, is a very young organization. We started, actually, mag-1 year pa lang kami because we started in January 2020. In a few months, we'll have our anniversary na. Okay, but this advocacy of mine actually is 5 years in the making. When I was in college, I was also a student leader, just like you guys here. Talagang yung experience ko being a student was really, it was enriched more dahil sa mga opportunities and sa mga activities na binigay sa akin bilang isang student leader. And I think you guys can relate to that as student leaders. It's really the extracurricular activity sometimes that really push us to do more sa ating academics din. Kaya maraming nagsasabi, uy, paano ba binabalance yung time mo? Actually, because the extracurricular activities that we do actually complement our academic life din. So I think most of you can agree to that. And that has always been something din na nag-push sa akin, nag-inspire sa akin to do more and to be more. Okay, so it was 5 years in the making simply because in 2015 when I graduated in college, when people asked me before, ano ba talaga yung advocacy mo, Kuya Hans? Parang napapahinto talaga ako. Because unlike others are very clear with their advocacies. Like I had a friend who's very passionate about the environment. I had a friend here who's really into women empowerment talaga. Meron ding education. And when I look back at sa mga experiences ko bilang isang student leader, bilang isang community worker din before, parang naka-question ko, oo nga, ano ba talaga yung advocacy ko? What's that something that really drives me, that I'm really passionate about? And when I try to assess kasi and evaluate myself, parang ang dami. It can be culture and arts for me. It could be about youth empowerment, right? It could be about, like, let's say, LGBTQ rights. Ang dami kong gustong gawin, ang dami kong gustong ipaglaban, right? So when I try to really evaluate myself, it all boiled down to youth advocacy development. Yung parang ang gusto kong gawin is bigyan din ng opportunity, bigyan ng oportunidad ang lahat ng mga kabataan na ma-experience ang na-experience ko rin habang ako ay isang estudyante. Kasi when I was a student, I was privileged enough na nabigyan ng maraming opportunities. I was so privileged to be given opportunities to grow personally sa mga endeavors na gusto ko sa performing arts. I was given so many activities na showcase ko kung ano yung mga talento ko, ano yung skills ko, kung saan ako magaling. And at the same time, I was also given the platform and an avenue to become a leader and to become an advocate at the same time. So gusto kong ibigay din yon sa lahat ng mga kabataan na nandirito. Kasi that's what I really want to do. Gusto kong ma-achieve nyo kung ano yung maximum potential nyo because I know there's so much in there. Right? I know ang daming nasa loob nyo. Alam kong grabe ang potential nyo, grabe ang talento nyo na just waiting for the world to see. All right, so yung Paper Plane Project actually came about in 2019 pa when I initiated an activity dito sa aming lugar, and I was able to gather other youth leaders and other teachers din. That's a variety. Yung picture na nakikita niyo sa screen, that's a group of like a mix of students. May bata pa nga, di ba? So may students, may mga co-workers ko, merong mga former students ko rin, merong mga theater artists who really helped and who really understood my vision at gusto nilang tulungan ako na i-establish ang what we call as the Paper Plane Project. All right, so just to give you just a very broad idea lang as to what we do in the Paper Plane Project. You know, yung goal kasi talaga ng Paper Plane Project is to focus on advocacy over leadership. So that's something that we've always wanted to really focus on. Because alam namin na in order to be sustainable, para mas sustainable yung impact mo in your communities, you have to become an advocate. Kasi sometimes yung leadership, it ends when your time in school ends. Diba, alam natin yan. Yung pagka-student leader natin, let's say for example, you're the secretary in your student government after you've graduated. If you don't have a fixed and a clear advocacy, parang nawawala lang din siya. Parang it's just part of your experience in high school. It becomes a distant or in your college. And you know, yung student politics, yung leadership, it becomes a distant memory na. So we want to make sure na yung focus talaga natin is advocacy. Para it becomes more sustainable. We want to provide more community work opportunities, provide a holistic and sustainable youth advocacy program, and at the same time, create opportunities for youth volunteerism. So, ang Paper Plane Project is a holistic youth advocacy development project that aims to produce advocates, not just leaders. Hindi natin sinasabi na hindi namin gusto kayo maging leaders, but again, we want it to be more than just leaders, but to be advocates talaga. Okay? So, ang framework nito is just actually very simple. We believe that advocacy formation happens when there is an overlap among three important elements of leadership development or advocacy development. Una yung talents and skills, and then leadership, and then community action, and then it will all lead to advocacy formation. This is a framework, mga kabataan, na talagang super ambitious, and this will take a lot of years and time to actually accomplish. And as young as we are as an organization, we have been really taking our time. Kasi syempre yung pagiging advocate mo, pagiging leader mo, hindi yan, that doesn't happen overnight. It is a process, right? It is a process of continued experience, of commitment, it's of exposure at the same time, of awareness and knowledge. Ang daming factors that would really affect yourself and your development towards becoming an advocate, right? So, kasi sa Paper Plane Project, this is what we envision. The long-term goal really is, again, we want to provide more opportunities for young people anywhere, right? So the long-term goal is to create a network of advocacies and cultivate an advocacy-driven perspective towards community work and service. And that should start at your age, at such a young age. Know that napakaganda ng isang community wherein napaka-active at napaka-proactive ng mga kabataan, and that when you ask them, what do you want to do? Oh, I want to do something about a cause on the environment. Gusto kong mapanatili natin ang ating pag-aalaga sa ating kapaligiran. If you ask another young person, ang isasagot naman niya, oh, gusto kong ipaglaban ang karapatan ng mga kababaihan. So that would be a very beautiful world to be a part of, na yung kung ang mga kabataan natin is they're able to really network with other people. Hindi lang network dahil, oy, gusto ko kasi may bagong TikTok trend tayo, mag-collab tayo. Hindi lang ganyan, okay? We also want you to collaborate with other young people in terms of advocacies and in terms of what you want to do in your own respective communities. All right, so of course, ang dami na naming plano. Kasi of course, we're very young, we're full of promise, we're full of ambition. Sa Paper Plane Project around January, alam naman natin anong nangyari a few months after the pandemic happened. But we were able to actually come up with one activity. Yung nakita nyo may mga naka-red, yan yung una at the first ever activity that we did. That was a very spontaneous, impromptu na para activity lang. Tapos we decided to really establish, to launch the project. Sabi namin, hey, let's go to like a school. And then let's just gather mga kabataan na makita natin anywhere. Walang masyadong planning na nangyari. We just brought resources. Nagdala lang kami ng mga big books, nag-prepare lang kami ng mga games and activities para sa mga kabataan just so we can feel that we're actually doing it na. But then of course, after this, we had so much ahead of us na plano na namin anong gagawin namin sa Paper Plane Project. The pandemic happened. And of course, when the pandemic happened, nagkaroon ng ECQ, yung enhanced community quarantine. I had to go home to my hometown, around 25 kilometers north sa Dumaguete City, which is the capital city of Negros Oriental. So I was very disappointed. Parang I was very hopeless at that point because I had so many plans for the organization, and we were starting to really bloom as an organization. Tapos bigla na lang nawala na parang bula. So when I went home, of course, wala tayong ginawa, wala tayo sa loob ng bahay, right? Hashtag bored in the house board tayo. That was when I started to really think of what I can do personally para makatulong din sa community ko doon sa amin, sa aking hometown. And that's when I found out that there are actually more young people din na willing din na tumulong. Na parang gusto din nilang tulungan ako sa anumang gusto kong gawin. So what you see there actually are our own initiatives din, because we know na during the pandemic, medyo naging sikat yung mobile palengke, yung Changi on Wheels, what we call it here. We have a lot of best practices then from Metro Manila. So why not we do that here, especially na yung community ko, a lot of people actually live in remote areas. So medyo maliit na area lang sa aming municipality, sa aming town, yung nasa center talaga sa town. So marami talaga nasa sa bukid, marami yung medyo malayo talaga sila. At they could not access yung mga basic needs nila. So that's when I slowly gained hope. Oy, parang pwedeng ipagpatuloy ang nasimulan. So as you can see there, I started to gain even more volunteers sa Paper Plane Project. We did the Changi on Wheels for over a month during the ECQ. Isang buwan kaming nag-deliver ng mga pagkain, ng mga basic needs nila. And we were just there to really help din para matulungan din namin yung mga vendors, because they were also really struggling kasi napakaliit ng kita nila, because a lot of people were not allowed to go outside. Diba? So we were able to help. And nung natapos yung ECQ, that's when we started to wonder, what now? Kasi tapos ng ECQ, pwede na makalabas ang mga tao. Parang hindi na relevant yung ginagawa natin. So we have to think of other things kasi nga bored tayo diba? So what's very empowering right now with many young people, kasi kung bored tayo, that actually opens up opportunities for you to do more. Diba? Hindi lang yung matulog lang tayo ng matulog at kumain lang na kumain. So sinabi ng mga volunteers namin, why not we come up with something different this time? So that's when Connect Kabataan was initiated. So yung Connect Kabataan is an online youth creativity and empowerment platform that aims to provide opportunities for young people to express their creativity and to be more empowered to make an impact in their own communities amidst the challenge brought about by the pandemic. So we thought na as an organization, what was really our advocacy? We're really about youth empowerment. We are really about youth advocacy development. And even if our plans earlier did not push through, we thought, why not we maximize what we have right now? And since everything's online, why not maximize the digital platform, the online platform? And so ang Connect Kabataan even provided us with an opportunity na i-reach yung tibuong probinsya talaga, because everything's online. It's very easy to reach people from the northern tip to the southern tip of the island. So we were able to think of how we can maximize this platform through Connect Kabataan. So yung objective talaga namin as a province-wide virtual creative movement is to create a platform for learning new knowledge and skills, as well as encourage the enhancement of a particular skill or talent for the youth's overall interpersonal and psychological growth and development. So we just really want to provide a platform na maipakita nyo kung ano ang kaya nyong gawin, na para ma-encourage you to create more and to be more. If you are a singer, if you want to become better at dancing, if you want to be better in acting, or if you're an artist, you want to create this online platform na paipamalas nyo ang iyong galing. At the same time, you also learn from other young people also. Diba kasi nakikita nyo yung mga gawain nila at sasabi nyo, okay, I want to do more, I want to improve on my craft. So that's really what we want to do. It also aims to provide an avenue for creative expression for the youth of Negros Oriental amidst the constraints brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. So ilang buwan din na wala kayong ginawa. Of course, while our leaders in the education sector are also really trying to adapt with the changes, there were really a few months na talagang you guys had nothing to do, but you just had to stay at home and do nothing. And the routine, ang routine nyo nakakatamad siya. So we wanted to ignite your creativity kahit na everyone's at home, kahit na you're on quarantine, kahit na merong COVID-19 pandemic. There's no stopping the youth here in this province or even in the entire Philippines from expressing who they are and what they can do, because we have provided an avenue or a platform for them to do that. So here we also wants to raise awareness for young people on various social political issues and concerns surrounding the country and the world today. So ang Connect Kabataan, hindi lang siya, perform lang. Hindi lang siya, mga weekly challenges lang na mga kanta-kanta, sayaw-sayaw, whatever that is. It's also a platform wherein we open up conversations on issues, on matters that are relevant to many young people. So meron din kaming mga ibinigay na mga opportunities para maipakita din ng mga kabataan ang boses nila on certain issues, on certain political trending na issues, not just in a local, national, but even on an international scale. And lastly, we want to provide an online network for the youth to connect and build relationships anchored on the goals of youth empowerment and nation building. Alam nyo, we are very proud because of the few months that we have been able to really operate as a movement, as an organization. We have been able to actually network young people, kahit na they're from different places. They've never known each other before. But through Connect Kabataan and through the things that we do, they were able to forge friendships online. And yung mga ganun na mga, they are looking forward to actually meeting each other and to come up with activities once the pandemic ends. So parang nakaka-inspire lang din yung mga ganun na mga pangyayari. All right, so ang Connect Kabataan really has the 3 E's. So meron kaming 3 letter E na binabandera. It's really the 3 E's that we really want to push forward. First, of course, is the expression side. Second is education, and then the third one is empowerment. So here in Connect Kabataan, again, we want to become a platform for creative expression. So as you can see here, the very first thing that we did was to establish a weekly challenge, a set of weekly challenges that ran for 10 weeks. So sampung linggo ito. So every week, we focus on a particular skill. So for example, as you can see here, week 1 is TikTok dance challenge. So the skill that we're trying to amplify really is movement. And then song cover is more on singing, poster making is more on arts and crafts, quarantine parody is more on acting and self-expression. And then we also had multimedia arts. So example dyan, yung photography challenge. And then we did another round. That's a total of 10 weeks. Kami talaga, we were very ambitious when we did this. We had no funding whatsoever, but we just really connected with people we know, whom we thought would really support us, who understood what we were really doing. Kaya na-push naman namin at naitaguyod naman din yung 10 weeks kahit na zero funding kami to begin with. And then, education. Now, we established what we call as the Connectathon Info Series. So, aside from providing a platform na ma-express nyo ang sarili nyo, we also provided opportunities para sa mga kabataan na mas ma-improve pa yung mga skills that they have. So, we gathered mga mentors, mga local artists namin dito, who served as mentors and who gave tips and mga advice on how they can better improve sa kanilang arts and crafts, sa kanilang singing, sa kanilang acting, so on and so forth. And then the third one is empowerment. Ito yung sinasabi ko na we also want to really become a platform din of expression in terms of voices, in terms of opinions niyo sa kung anong nangyayari. So every week we post a question. So example here, this is actually in Bisaya and in Cebuano, but I will translate this. The question here actually is, ano yung mas kinakatakutan nyo? Yung terror na teacher or yung terror bill? Because this was when the terror bill issue was at its peak. No? Ang daming opinions about the terror bill. And so we gathered opinions din mula sa mga kabataan. And mind you, yung mga kabataan natin, they are aware. They know what's going on. And they're very, very much educated sa kung ano. So yung mga opinions nila, they're not just saying opinions for the sake of being able to speak out or to say an opinion, pero they are really educated opinions din talaga. All right, so just to give you a glimpse kung ano yung nangyari sa Connect Kabataan weekly challenges, na medyo na-overwhelmed kasi we never thought that maraming tatangkilik sa Connect Kabataan, especially when we started it. Kasi we started with zero. We started from scratch talaga, and this was something that we never thought would even reach this far. Because we wanted, again, kasi bored lang kami, right? So we wanted to come up with an activity. So just to give you an idea as to kung anong nangyari sa mga weekly challenges namin. So as you can see here, On the first 2 weeks namin, we started with the TikTok dance challenge at saka yung song cover challenge. So targeting movement at saka singing, no? Medyo na-overwhelmed kami kasi ang dami talagang nag-submit ng kanilang entries from all around the province. So these are actually the winners of these respective challenges. So we have Celine. Celine here also is because of winning the challenge, ang dami ding opportunities na nabigay sa kanya because she's also very active in her church din. And so she has become a volunteer na din sa amin dito sa Connect Kabataan. This is also one of my favorites, yung poster making challenge, because in the poster making challenge, there were 2 categories dito, yung traditional at saka yung digital. And as you can see here, parang hindi mo nga ma-identify kung saan dito yung digital or traditional because of how well and how really talented these artists are. And these are teenagers, kagaya nyo lang. Okay, so kung talagang nabigyan sila ng opportunity to just really showcase what they're capable of on their artistic side. Of course, meron din kaming quarantine parody challenge. Ito napaka-interesting at napaka-entertaining din ng challenge na ito. Of course, making TikTok as the main platform and then creating parodies out of anything related to the quarantine period. At saka ito din, isa din sa pinakamaraming entries na challenge namin, ang New Normal Photography Challenge. I think we had around 70 from all over the province na nag-submit ng entries nila. And what's very interesting with this photograph that you can see here sa screen is kasi ito naging controversial ito at some point. Kasi when the person who took this photo uploaded this photo, yung caption kasi niya is, kasi nakikita niyo merong plastic, no? Merong plastic cover in between sa photo. Ang caption niya dito is the Great Wall of China. So medyo napaka-political ng caption niya. So ang daming nag-bash, but at the same time ang dami ding nag-support sa kanya. So it really gave like a platform for conversations then on certain issues. And then meron din kaming Zumba dance challenge, nagkaroon din ng original songwriting challenge. Isa din to sa pinaka interesting niya, napaka-amazing din na challenge yun time because this just so shows na ang dami din palang songwriters talaga ng mga kabataan who are just really waiting for an opportunity to really express and to share their songs to everybody. Now, of course, we also had the DIY face shield challenge in the coming weeks. We also had the free interpretation acting challenge. So ito din, tingnan niyo yung DIY face shield, grabe din ka-extra ng face shield na yan. And the materials used were all recyclable materials. Upcycling yung naging method niya in coming up with that DIY face shield challenge. And then we also had a vlog challenge kasi of course we felt na during the pandemic ang dami din na nag-resort to vlogging because of course they're to stay at home, and this is also one of the more popular challenges din namin kasi ang dami ding nag-submit ng entries. And then we also had the spoken word poetry challenge, the interpretive dance challenge. This one's also good kasi yung interpretive dance challenge tackled the issue on online distance learning o yung nangyayari ngayon sa ating edukasyon. Ano ba ang opinion nila through dance? So the message was sent through movement. And then of course we had oral health jingle making challenge. So if you're wondering bakit mas naging specific yung mga advocacies in the previous and sa mga ibang challenges namin, simply because we have partnered with organizations already. We also had the eco-friendly Halloween costume challenge. So nakikita nyo din siya yung winner sa ating Halloween costume challenge during that time, and all of the materials again used in order to come up with that challenge are all environment friendly materials. And then you also had the digital comic strip challenge. So nakikita nyo talaga na grabe yung variety, yung opportunities and yung potential ng mga kabataan natin to do so much more. And we were able to provide that platform for them. There were a lot of people would like send us a message na gusto namin ng ganito na challenge because they're really eager to really showcase what they have and what they can do. And I think we believe na as student leaders, that's the first step. Empowering other people by empowering what they are capable of doing and by giving value to who they are and what they can do. Yun yung para sa akin napaka-importanting first step. Bilang isang student leader, kung gusto mong i-empower yung kapwa mo kabataan, you help them become better versions of themselves. And you can do that by giving them opportunities to become better at what they're good at. So kung anong gusto niyang gawin, bigyan natin siya ng opportunity para mas mag-shine pa siya at mas mag-excel siya sa kung anong gusto niyang gawin. Other than the weekly challenges, we're also able to provide a series of webinar mga webinar sessions din. And we call this webinar series as the hashtag Youth Can Do More, Stories of Passion and Advocacy. So just like ganito sa mga ginagawa natin ngayon, we invited mga inspiring youth leaders din who are very anchored on their advocacies to share their story and their journey towards becoming advocates. And here are some sample speakers namin dyan. And then ito din ang mga kabataan natin na talagang naging parte sa ating mga webinar series. Kagaya nyo, what you're doing right now. And itong mga kabataan ito, they just really joined out of their free will. Okay, so parang they felt that this was a good opportunity kasi napaka-interactive din, napakasaya lang ng environment sa webinar series na ito. Para lang mga barkada na nagchichikahan lang. So a lot of them really went back and really sent us a message that they want to be part of the next webinar series na din. So if you guys also would really join sa mga susunod namin na mga webinars, because we still have a few more weeks left, you are very much welcome to listen and to be part of these webinar series. And then, of course, something that we have been really working on for the last few weeks, because we felt na parang mas dumadami yung mga followers namin, mas dumadami yung mga kabataan na nai-engage namin to the platform, we started to come up with an online youth and talent talk show. So we call this the Connectathon Live. So parang nag-level up lang yung Connectathon info series namin in the previous months. We leveled it up to, parang nag-upgrade kami into what we call as Connectathon Live. So as you can see here, these are our 5 youth segment hosts Connectathon Live. So si Kuya Gilbert, that's Danny, Kuya Al, Kuya Maris, and ako yung last, si Kuya Hans. We handle a certain segment in that Connectathon Live na para talagang to just provide a creative show para sa mga kabataan. So si Kuya Gilbert is the segment host for talent. So yung segment niya is just really to invite talented young people and to showcase their talents, and then a quick interview. And then Ate Dani here, the one holding that yellow card, is in charge for the DIYs or mga life hacks, mga do-it-yourself, mga tips sa fashion, mga tips on how to become better students, mga note-taking, mga DIYs, mga ganon. And then si Kuya Al is the one that's focused on advocacies. So he will focus on a particular advocacy every week and share more about that advocacy, also inviting other leaders. And then si Ate Maris, yan yung nakaganon, yung parang siya yung segment host natin when it comes to love issues, love and relationships. So kung may mga problema kayo sa pag-ibig, sa mga crush nyo na hindi kayo pinapansin, siya yung magbibigay sa inyo ng mga important na mga tips at mga practical na tips din kung anong gagawin nyo. So it's a very fun segment actually. In the previous weeks, meron ng mga weeks na yung mga topics niya ay ghosting, especially during Halloween. Meron na din siyang topic kung paano tayo hindi maging marupok. At ang dami pang mga relevant na mga issues din when it comes to, of course, teenage, romance, and relationships. And then, I am the one in charge of the games, the interactive activities and games then for all the young people watching. So, ang Connectathon Live really is the highlight activity that we have been doing for the previous weeks then. And then also, I really want to take this time to really highlight the fact that hindi ko kaya ang Connect Kabataan gawin mag-isa. So throughout the entire process, a lot of people helped me talaga. And very interesting din talaga yung experience kasi it's very different to organize an event when you don't see each other. I think alam niyo yon as student leaders na napaka-iba, napaka-different yung experience and talagang nakakapanibago siya. When all you do is just look at your cellphone and try to communicate, tapos hindi mo pa alam kung kailan siya mag-online, tapos merong iba na isi-scene ka lang, i-ignore ka lang, tapos yung iba, iba-block ka talaga, di ba? So, it's a entirely different and a difficult platform to work with. But, with Connect Kabataan, I was very privileged because as a teacher then, parang I felt that I was able to really extend my influence to my students because some of these volunteers are my students then right now or former students. So talagang na-inspire din sila and also they want to be part of something bigger than themselves. So, but what's very interesting then because we also have some volunteers na hindi pa namin nakikita ever. All they did was just communicate with us and they want to be a part of Connect Kabataan. And so we're still going to meet the moment na matapos ng pandemic. So napaka-empowering lang talaga knowing that an initiative like this is run by young people for young people then. So silang lahat dyan, puro sin mga estudyante, merong iba na mga early, mga young professionals lang din. And all they really do is just to lend a helping hand and become part of the dynamic force behind Connect Kabataan throughout the previous weeks and months. And then of course, ang Connect Kabataan really blossomed into what it is right now because of partnerships. So we've been very blessed talaga na pagkatapos ng 10 weeks namin, we were able to get funding from an organization here. Talagang nag-sustain din sa mga programs na because they felt that what we're doing was relevant. And then of course, we're able to partner with other organizations then. And I think that's very important as student leaders and of course as advocates, as leaders, as youth leaders in the future, that you have to be able to also know how to partner and to communicate with others. Kaya nga importante yung topic ni Ate Sam kanina on communication. Because when you talk about leadership and advocacy, it has something to do with building relationships. And part of what it means to build relationships really is to communicate properly, right? And i-communicate nyo din kung anong gusto nyong gawin. So here in Connect Kabataan, we're able to communicate properly and effectively our cause. Kaya ang dami talagang tumulong at dami talagang na-express din ng kanilang interest to be part of what we're doing and to really help us in what we're doing. So nakikita nyo dyan, even right now, there is an ongoing donation drive for the victims of the recent typhoons at ang daming organizations who are really helping us achieve this goal. So yeah, I would really like to end my talk here by saying that ang dami talagang pwedeng gawin ng mga kabataan. There's no limit on what we can do. And even if we're stuck at home, even if what we have right now is the online platform, all the more that we can maximize this platform to influence and to impact more and more young people. Yung creativity nyo, napaka-limitless yan. Alam ko, because you are digital natives. When you are growing up, you are already adept with technology. Ang iba nga dito, mas marami pang alam kaysa sa amin when it comes to technology and how to manipulate all of these things. Kaya I would really challenge all of you guys, mga student leaders natin, to be more creative, to be more innovative, and to maximize this online platform because you are the generation of the future. And if the future would really require us to utilize the online platform, then you are at the perfect position to maximize this platform. Kaya hashtag youth can do more because hashtag youth matters. And if you want to know more about what we do in Connect Kabataan, I had there a screenshot of our page. And if you want to be part of the activities we also do, you're very much welcome in the next few weeks. So yun lang, thank you so much. And sana naman ay meron kayong natutunan, inspired and kayo somehow to be more creative and to be more to be more inventive sa mga projects and activities nyo, knowing that we would expect more activities to be done online. I know you guys can do it. So thank you so much to Youth Formation Division for giving me this opportunity to share. Nakaka-inspire at nakakataba ko ng puso. Maraming salamat po.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Sir Hans Denzel Villa Hermosa. Of course, you have steered the hearts and the imaginations of all the SSG advisors din po and mga student leaders to come up with such an innovative and initiatives for the youth amid this challenging times of pandemic. So kudos and well done. Thank you so much po. At this juncture, let us have a young leader as our next speaker, which will tackle about towards building a nation of heroes. So let me cite his amazing credentials. He is a communication practitioner and has devoted much of his personal and professional life advocating for environmental journalism and working in the fields of youth empowerment and peace building. He had previously served as the Advocacy and Communications Officer of the UNICEF-funded SUBPAT, Alternative School for Peace Building and the Arts for Out of the School Youth in Zamboanga, and as the media content producer of Equal Access International Philippines, and INGO working for peace building in Mindanao through social behavioral change communication. Currently, he is a part-time instructor at the Development Communications Department of Xavier University Ateneo de Cagayan and serves as the Executive Director of the Association of Young Environmental Journalists. You can visit the website www.aj.org, which he founded shortly after graduating in Suleiman University with a degree in mass communication. So AJ or AYEJ is an environmental nonprofit and media group working to engage and educate civil society on environmental sustainability through journalism and youth development. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear participants, it's my honor and privilege to present to you Mr. Val Amiel Vestil.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody from all over the world. The world, all over the Philippines pala. Thank you so much for that very generous introduction. Kung naririnig nyo ako clearly, very clearly, walang problema. If you can see me, my very beautiful, my very ugly face, no? Can you please comment on the Zoom chat box kung ano ang paborito nyong araw sa linggo? If you can hear me properly, comment down on the Zoom chat box what your favorite day of the week is as I share my screen. Okay. All right, I see some comments there. Okay, so it has been really, it has been such an honor to be following Ate Sam and Kuya Hans sa kanilang mga talks. And for this afternoon, I will be talking about towards building a nation of heroes. And I'm sure you all have been, immersed in a lot of good information, too much Zoom siguro. So before I start, I would just like for you all to pause, and sit properly, okay? Yung mga naka-on ang camera, can I see you sit properly, no? Dapat yung back nyo naka-straight, ganyan. And I would just want for us to breathe in and out 3 times muna. Kasi feel ko overwhelmed tayo sa magagandang information na binigay ni Ate Sam and Kuya Hans sa atin. So can we breathe together 3 times? Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Ito sa huli, dapat super deep breath in and out. And can you reach for the sky? Can you reach for the sky? And then stretch, shake. Okay. Can you digitally reach for the person beside you? Ganyan? Oh, shake. Okay, thank you so much for participating. Actually, para din to sa akin. Okay. Thank you everyone for your participation, and you will get used to participating in some engaging activities with me this afternoon kasi yun ang mahirap sa webinar, 'di ba? Kapag face-to-face, hindi masyadong face-to-face, virtual lahat, it seems that you are all so far away from me. Miss na miss ko na kayo. Miss agad. Okay, so this afternoon, I will be talking about towards building a nation of heroes. And before I proceed with my presentation, I would just like to know your ideas about what a hero is and what a hero isn't. Ano ang bayani? Sino ang pwedeng tawaging bayani? Sino ang hindi pwedeng tawaging bayani? Okay? Just have a few yes or no questions. Tapos ang gagawin nyo lang is mag-comment kayo sa ating Zoom chat box depending on the instructions. I have 3 questions. Okay? First, meron akong tanong, is it difficult to become a hero? Kung ang sagot nyo ay yes, pa-type in ang dugong. Oh, wag muna. Kung ang sagot niyo ay no, please type in dolphin. Alright, sige. Mahirap bang maging bayani? If your answer is yes, type in dugong. We are around 400 in this group chat, so I'm expecting around 400 answers. Okay. Mahirap bang maging bayani? Kung answer nyo ay yes, type in dugong. Kung hindi, type in dolphin. Okay, medyo mix tayo. Dugong, dolphin, dugong, madaming dugong. No, hindi maging yes, it's difficult to become a hero. Dugong, dolphin, meron tayong mga some dolphin answers, okay? Maliban na lang sa mga nagpapapicture sa dugong in the middle of quarantine. The joke lang. Okay, thank you for your answers. By the way, there are no wrong or right ideas. Just looking at whether ano ba talaga ang perception nyo sa mga bayani sa ating bansa ngayon. Kasi yun nga yung yun nga yung topic ko daw this afternoon, building towards building a nation of heroes. Okay, my next question is, do you need to die for your country to be called a hero? If your answer is yes, type in vanilla. If your answer is no, type in mocha. Alam nyo, mga kapatid, yung mocha, masarap yan na flavor. Pero sa ice cream flavor lang. Sa ibang bagay medyo hindi masyadong maganda sa taste. Okay, joke lang, again. Do you need to die for your country? Wala pa akong nakita na vanilla yung sagot. Okay, puro pa mocha. Ang daming gusto ng MOCA. Hindi. Ang daming naniniwala na hindi ka kailangan mamatay para pwedeng tawaging bayani. Okay, that's very good. Meron tayong ibang answers na vanilla na dapat ka mamatay para tawaging bayani. I respect that. Maraming salamat. Okay. Alright. Ang daming MOCA. Ang daming magagaling na MOCA na hindi natin nakikita sa iba't ibang lugar ng Pilipinas. Okay. Our last question for this afternoon is, ano ba? Wait, medyo nawala ako. Okay. Do you think anyone can be a hero? If your answer is yes, type in Boracay. If your answer is no, type in Dolomite. Okay? Do you think anyone can be a hero? Ako, estudyante, teacher, janitor, principal, presidente. Okay? Do you think anyone can be a hero? Oh, guys, girls and gays in the audience, I see a lot of Boracays. That's good. We all love Boracay sand. But Dolomite sand, not so sure. Wala akong makakitang Dolomite na answers. So medyo maraming Boracay, few Dolomites lang. That's good. That's good. No attention to Dolomite so much. All right. So I think majority of our listening audience here believes that anyone can be a hero. And for this final question, no, ang sagot ko lang din yan ay yes. Definitely, anyone can be a hero. You don't need to wear a cape to be a hero. Pero siguro, ang dapat, now that we know what a hero can be or can't be, why don't we talk about what makes up a hero? Paano maging hero? Kailan ka pwedeng tawaging bayani? What does it really mean to be a hero? And for this short 45 to 50-minute time that I'm with you, I will share with you a principle of mine or a formula of mine kung paano ba siguro maging hero. And sometimes we feel na napakabigat ng salitang hero, okay? So if you get overwhelmed with the word hero, don't be afraid. You just need to change your mindset. You don't need to be really a hero. You just need to be a Filipino. All right? So this afternoon, more than wanting to become heroes in our spheres of influence, let's try becoming the Filipino, the best Filipino that we can be. And so I have been a Filipino all my life. I'm not sure if I have been a hero all my life, but I know that I've been a Filipino all my life. And I want you to realize your Filipino-ness and what it truly means to become a Filipino. So apart from being a hero, you are in hindsight a Filipino because any Filipino is a hero if they use their being Filipino to the best of their abilities. And this afternoon, I'm going to share the PPP. Medyo mabagal yung laptop ko today. Okay. This afternoon, I'm going to share the PPP formula to becoming a hero or to becoming a Filipino. Okay? So, don't forget, okay? Hindi masyadong mahaba yung talk ko. Hindi ko alam. Pero may 3 P ako na dapat nyo i-memorize at dapat nyo isa puso. Okay? So, what does it mean to be a hero? What is the first P? First off, a hero recognizes the problem. Alright? Kung ikaw ay isang leader, kung ikaw ay isang advocate, hindi pwedeng nandyan ka sa front lines lang, nagseserbisyo ng community mo, na hindi mo alam kung ano ang problema. Number 1, kung ano ang problema. At number 2, na meron palang problema. Okay? There are heroes because there are people who need help. There are things that need to be improved. There are lives that need to be saved. That's exactly why they're called heroes. And in the same manner, I would just like to share that a hero recognizes the problem. A hero recognizes the pain. And a hero does not need to experience the problem. A hero does not need to feel the pain to be able to do something about the problem. And in the same manner, you don't need to experience being bullied to know that bullying is bad. But once you recognize that there is a bullying problem in your classroom, in your school, or in your community, that is the first step to becoming a hero, acknowledging and recognizing that there is a problem. Now, as introduced kanina, I consider myself to have worked in environmental advocacy and activism for a couple of years now. And I noticed that there was a problem back when I was still in college, when I was a mass comm student in Silliman University, while reading the newspapers, because sabi nila, hindi ka daw makagraduate ng mass comm kapag hindi ka nagbabasa ng balita. So every day, nagbabasa kami ng newspapers day in and day out. Parang sukang-suka na ako sa mga newspapers, pero sabi ko, I need to read. This is required and this is for my own sake. But then I realized while reading the newspaper, in a span of 2 weeks, I did a news content analysis sa 3 newspapers sa Dumaguete. Now, what is a news content analysis? Basically, I counted all the times that the environmental stories were being published in the local newspapers. Okay? So in a span of 2 weeks, nag-collect ako ng mga newspapers at nagbabasa ako ng mga newspapers at binilang ko ilan sa mga news articles dito ang tungkol sa kalikasan. Sa newspaper A, there was around 3 out of 5, 10, 21. Sorry, Mascom, di ako marunong mag-math. There was around only 3 out of 21 news articles that were about the environment. Sa ikalawang newspaper, nakita ko, there were only 2 news stories out of 25 that were about the environment. Sa pinakatanyag at pinakasikat na newspaper sa Dumaguete, mas malala. Sa more than 50, sa higit 50 na balita na pinublish ng newspaper, 3 lang ang tungkol sa kalikasan. Only 3 out of the 50 stories that were published in the local newspapers were about the environment. 7%. And to me, that's very problematic because why don't we talk about the environment enough? This was in 2017, okay? Bakit natin hindi masyadong pinag-uusapan ang kalikasan when in fact, we are in the middle of a climate crisis? When in fact, every day, we see marine ecosystems being degraded. We see forests being burned down. We see animals dying of extinction, being extinct. There are so many environmental issues. There are so many problems on climate change, but we don't talk about it enough in the newspapers. All we see, and this is an example of a screenshot of the dailies, the broadsheets, the national broadsheets, all we see is this: politics, drugs, crime, international cooperation, entertainment, Manny Pacquiao, Catriona Gray, Duterte, Laila de Lima, Donald Trump, Chief Justice Sereno. This is all you see in the front pages of your newspapers. Now, I'm not saying these news items are not important because they are important. But what I'm trying to say is I want you to see the problem na kahit sa front page ng ating mga balita, hindi pinag-uusapan ang kalikasan. Pero kung makapag-front page ang kalikasan sa ating mga national broadsheets, it is about disaster. It is about typhoon. It is about floods. Why do we only talk about the environment when the crisis, when the disaster has already struck? Why do we talk about the environment kapag meron ng patay? Kapag may mga pataying katawan na? Why do we only talk about the environment when it's finished and degraded? Now, I want you to answer this question. So over 300 na mga teachers and learners na nandito this afternoon, why do you think media does not publish environmental stories enough on the front page? Bakit siguro hindi natin pinag-uusapan ang kalikasan sa front page ng ating mga newspapers? Bakit hindi nakakapag-landing ang mga balitang pangkalikasan sa front page ng ating mga newspapers? Sige, can I see some answers? Okay, bakit hindi napapublish ang environmental stories sa ating mga newspapers? Hindi mabenta, mahirap ibenta, wala masyadong interested sa kalikasan, not catchy to the public, doesn't find it interesting, hindi like ng readers, they don't get much attention, it's not trendy, nakafocus sa current issues, it's boring, people deny the environment, walang pondo para lobbying of the issue, not selling. Tama kayong lahat mga kapatid. When I did an analysis kung bakit hindi masyadong pinag-uusapan ang kalikasan sa ating mga newspapers, lumabas na hindi nabebenta ang usaping kalikasan sa mga newspapers. Tama, it's not interesting. Because at the end of the day, no matter how much you want to think about it, the newspaper is still a media outlet. It's still a business. It still needs to run on money. And it's one of the news values, prominence, di ba? Prominence, proximity, conflict. Ito yung mga news values that really sell. Okay, sabi dito, walang human interest factor. Now, that's very interesting, Ma'am Gemma, because ang usaping kalikasan is really about the human person affected by it. And I will talk more about that mamaya. Okay? So ito yung mga naging heartbreak ko. Hindi lang kasi nakipag-break yung ex ko for 6 years sa akin. Hindi lang yan yung heartbreak ko. Pero yung heartbreak ko, really, the problem that I noticed is we weren't talking about the environment enough in our newspapers for a lot of reasons, probably because they don't sell. But one of the problems was because no one was writing about the environment enough. Walang masyadong nagsulat about the environment enough for these newspaper outlets to want to publish more stories about the environment. Now, this is problematic. Sabi mo, may tanong kayo siguro sa akin, bakit Kuya Val problema yan? Why is it a problem that we don't talk about the environment sa ating mga newspapers? Well, it's a problem because media has the power to set the agenda of a community. What does this mean? Kapag may meeting kayo sa student government, kapag may meeting kayo sa faculty, di ba nag-uusap kayo sa agenda? You only talk about the meeting agenda. Whatever you talk about in the meeting, dapat pasok sa agenda. So you don't talk about anything that's not in the agenda. When people only talk about what they see on the news, people only talk about what they read on the news, people only talk about what they hear on the radio. This is what it means with this theory that says media has the agenda-setting power in a community. It's the agenda-setting power. It means whatever the priority of the media is, yun lang din ang pag-uusapan ng komunidad na naririnig at nagbabasa ng mga balita. And that's problematic because if we don't talk about the environment enough, especially because we are in a time of environmental crisis, no one will be inspired to do anything about it. No one will be inspired to prioritize the environmental agenda, the environmental protection agenda. If we don't talk about the environment enough, we will not care for it enough. If we don't care for it enough, we will do nothing in our power to change the way we save the planet, the only planet that we have. So ito yung problema ko. This was my problem. I recognized that problem. I acknowledged that problem and I realized that problem. At this point, if you want to become a hero without thinking of solutions, without thinking of projects, I'll give you 5 seconds. Think about the problem in your community that you are currently facing. Think about a problem that bothers you. Okay? Think about the problem that keeps you up at night. Alam mong hindi ka directly affected pero naiinis ka, nababother ka. Okay? If you want, now this is not just environment, okay? This can be any societal problem. Okay? I want you, no matter how small, no matter how big, I want you to think about a problem that bothers you. Because mga kapatid, if you want to become a hero in your own respect, you need to acknowledge and recognize that there is a problem. And I see some answers here: incompetence, people disobeying protocols, selective justice, farmers not getting what they deserve, proper garbage disposal, active participation, poverty, corruption, mental health. My gosh, these are all future or current heroes speaking sa ating Zoom chat box. Just because you acknowledge that problem and just because you realize that there is that problem in your community, you're actually on your way to becoming your own hero. Okay? So think about that problem. Put that problem in mind. Okay? Don't think about solutions. Don't think about projects. Just think about that problem. Because number one, a hero recognizes the problem. Second letter P. Okay? A hero understands that they are more privileged than others. All right? First P for a hero is that they acknowledge the problem. Second P for a hero is that he or she or they understand that they are more privileged than others. What do I mean by being more privileged than others? Is this the privilege I'm talking about, mga kapatid? Having an expensive golden car, having a mansion and a house with a swimming pool, being able to travel around the world, having millions of pesos. Is this privilege? Can I get a yes or a no? Okay, is this what privilege? Is this the only way you can define privilege? Okay, no. I see some no's. I saw one yes. No. Sobrang galit ni SG President Hinagpis Jordan. No, with the capital letter. No. Privilege to voice out your advocacy? Absolutely no. Dolphin? Sabi ni James? Okay. The answer is, that's true. This can be equivalent to a level of privilege. However, when I talk about becoming a hero, understanding your privilege more, that you are privileged more than others, means that you have access to opportunity that other people don't. Exactly what Kenneth said. Jinx, Kenneth. Okay? Privilegio is having access to opportunities that other people unfortunately do not have. If you are in this webinar right now, if you are listening to me right now, if you have a laptop or a cell phone that you are using to listen and attend this webinar right now, you are already more privileged than others. You are already more privileged than your classmates who are not in this webinar. 379 people who are here this afternoon, part of this webinar, are already much more privileged than other people. Why? Because you have this unique opportunity to listen to the stories of some leaders and listen and get their wisdom and knowledge and expertise that many others cannot listen. If you are in the Facebook Live listening right now, you are privileged. Okay? Privilege, mga kapatid, is acknowledging plus 5,000 others via Facebook Live. That's true. Privilege is acknowledging that you have access to opportunities that other people don't have. If you are wearing clothes right now, you are privileged. If you ate your lunch this noon, you are privileged. If you are enrolled in school right now, you are privileged. Mga kapatid, para ikaw ay maging isang bayani, you need to acknowledge that I am more privileged than other people. that I have it better than other people. That while I eat my breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and I complain about paulit-ulit na breakfast, other people are literally working day in and day out to look for one meal a day. While you are immersed, given an opportunity to be included in the blended learning system of the Department of Education, other people do not even have access to internet that will allow them to pursue the education that they want for themselves. Privilege is really knowing that you have it better than other people. So if you're a hero and you acknowledge, you recognize that there is a problem, and that you acknowledge that you are privileged, what should a hero do? It starts with a letter P. Okay, sige. Guessing game. Bigyan daw kayo ni Sir Adolf ng 50,000 na yakap. Nagpanik siguro si Sir Adolf, no? 50,000 pesos. Hindi, 50,000 na yakap. Okay, to whoever guesses the correct answer. When a hero recognizes the problem, when a hero acknowledges that they are more privileged than others, what does a hero do next? Progress, process, proactive. Do the process. Come on. I know you guys are so brilliant. It starts with the letter P. Nagsimula pa rin siya sa letrang P. Sa letrang P. Okay, promote. Know the priorities. Power. Okay. Meron akong hint para mas makuha nyo. Tagalog ito. One word, Tagalog. One word. 3 syllables. Naging charades. One word, Tagalog. 3 syllables. Palaban, pag-asa, paglago. Malapit na. 3 syllables. 3 syllables nga. Pagbangon, pagkilos, pahambol, paligtas, paggawa, posible, pagtulong, pagunlad, paghiyabong, pag-asa, pagkain, panalangin, paubaya, pinaubaya ko siya sa iba kaya iniwan niya ako. Joke lang. Pagkilos, panalangin, pagtulong, pangarap, paggawa, padayon, pamumuno, pangarap, pag-isa. Wala pa pong nakakuha. Sino talagang gustong mag-guess nito? Okay. Okay, ako na lang. Sige, clue. Pasaway. Malapit na yung pasaway. Honesty Mendoza. Malapit na yung pasaway. Clue, okay? Ito yung classmate natin na nasa harap ng classroom na palaging ganun. Mama! Okay, we got a correct answer. Oh, di ba? Pag sabi ko ng clue, nakuha niyo agad. Okay, the correct answer is pabibo. Ayun. Talaga kayo ha? Talaga pag nasabi ko yung hint, talaga na nasa front siya ng classroom at palaging nagre-raise ng hand. O mga teachers din dyan, nag-answer din ng pabibo. Okay, pabibo. Sinong nakasagot? Unang nakasagot. Hinapin ko. Si Alex. SSG Alex Equias of Region 4A SDO Tanawan. Congratulations. Ikaw yung mga pinaka-pabibo dahil nakuha mo. Get your prize from Sir Adolf. Joke lang ulit, Sir Adolf. Okay, congratulations. Next, sorry, number 3 to dapat. Hindi ko na-change. So once a hero acknowledges their pain, once a hero acknowledges their privilege, a hero becomes pabibo. And there seems to be a negative connotation to the word pabibo. Sa atin sa Pilipinas, tama ba? Diba? Pag sabi ko kanina na yung nasa harap ng classroom, pabibo agad, pabida agad. So nag-research ako, ano ba talaga ang ibig sabihin ng pabibo? Okay. Kasi nag-Google ako, magaling ako mag-research via Google. So nag-Google ako, ano ba talaga ang ibig sabihin ng pabibo? Sabi ng Google, ang pabibo ay Filipino slang that means someone who wants to show off, to become infamous. Someone who wants to become famous but infamous. Someone who wants to be the best in all things. No? Sabi dito sa Google, a pabibo ay isang show off, acting like a star, know it all. Kuya, bakit kung gusto naming maging bayani, sabi mo dapat maging pabibo. Pero bakit sa definition sa Google, pabibo ay isang show off, know it all. Diba? Pabida, infamous. Well, mga kapatid, tayo-tayo lang naman kasi ang nag-define at ang nagbigay ng definition ng salitang pabibo. When in fact, being a pabibo kid, when in fact, going out of your way to become pabibo is actually a good thing. Tayo lang naman yung nagsa-smart shame na kapag may pabibo, kapag may merong alam, kapag merong sinasabing actually tama naman, sabihin natin, masyadong madami tong alam, ikaw na lang magpresidente, ikaw na ang marunong. Okay? Pero mga kapatid, bakit mali ang pagiging marunong? Bakit mali ang pagiging, why is it wrong to know about certain facts? Why is it wrong to know about what's right? Why is it wrong to know about what should be done? Why is it wrong to want to change society? So it's really the manifestation kung bakit negative yung implication ng salitang pabibo. Kapag pabibo, feel natin, being pabibo is just making a lot of noise. Diba? Sobrang ingay naman, sobrang pabibo. Okay? Okay? Kapag may Christmas party, diba? At mga nagpo-perform yung mga chubby kids, ako yun. Nung bata pa, ako yun. Nagpo-perform ng declamation, kumakanta ng ABS-CBN, gano'n ang mga Christmas carol, yung pabibo agad. Si Val, yung pinaka-pabibo. Okay? It's about making noise. We think being pabibo is causing disruption, pagulo. Basta ikaw nagpapagulo, ikaw ay pabibo. Huwag kang magpapagulo. Okay? But I want us to change our mindset. Why don't we change our mindset? Why don't we shift the definition of what it means to be pabibo? Ano ba talaga ang pagiging pabibo? Okay? Being pabibo is not just making noise. Being pabibo is making relevant noise. Not all noise is bad. Okay? Especially if it's relevant noise. When people go out there in the streets to rally for social causes, they're not just out there screaming at the top of their lungs, pangit nyo! Ang pangit nyo! Ang pangit nyo! They're not just screaming random things. They're not just making noise, they're making relevant noise. They are making noise for social justice. They are making noise for accountability. They are making noise to let the voices of people who are not listened to be heard. They are not making noise like iyak ng bata. No. They actually have dreams. They actually have goals. They actually want justice. They want human dignity. They want rights to be promoted. That's what I mean by relevant noise. And I am not telling you to become activists, okay, or go out there and rally. There are so many forms of activism. Me speaking in this webinar is a form of activism. Hindi lang po rally, hindi po aktivista. Huwag kayong matakot sa salitang activism because that's not communism, okay? That's a mindset that we need to change, okay? So make relevant noise. You can be activists without going out to the streets to rally. You can be activists just by writing. You can be activists just by passing your homework. You can be activist just by continuing to teach kahit mahirap ng magturo. Okay? We also think being pabibo is just causing disruption. No, it's about causing proactive disruption. If there is corruption, if there is incompetence, if there are people dying, you don't want to disrupt that? You don't want to disrupt corruption. You don't want to disrupt incompetence. You don't want to disrupt death. Being pabibo means causing proactive disruption, meaning if you see that something is wrong, and if you can see that something can be done about it, do it. Disrupt the systems that have kept us in shackles for so long. Disrupt the systems that have kept the most vulnerable communities craving for a savior who will help them disrupt the corrupt system. Okay? It's about causing proactive disruption. And in my case, I saw my problem that hindi natin masyadong pinag-uusapan ang kalikasan. And I can't just sit down and accept that. I want to disrupt that. I want to change that up. Because we need to talk more about the environment. So it's about disrupting the current systems that really plague us. Disrupting the current systems that disallow us to progress, to develop as a country. Okay, so that's the end of my talk. Bye-bye. Joke lang. De. So that's the PPP Hero Formula. Recognize the problem, acknowledge the privilege, and you become pabibo. I hope you change your mindset. I hope the next time someone tells you, ang pabibo mo, sobra mo namang pabibo, tell them, maraming salamat. Kasi madami ng tao na walang ginagawa kahit may problema. At dahil pabibo ako, I am making a difference in the ways that I can. And I accept your criticism that I am pabibo wholeheartedly. When you leave this webinar, embrace that. Kung gusto nyong maging bayani, kung gusto nyong makapag-apekto ng pagbabago sa inyong bansa, dapat kayo maging pabibo. Enough of just lying around and sitting down. Do something because you're in the best place to do so. As I said, this was my problem, that we weren't talking about the environment enough. And for those of you student leaders and advocates who want to create initiatives, I believe that this is a nice way to want to start an initiative. And Hans had shared it that there was a problem in his time, and then he saw the cause of the problem and he wanted to do something about the problem. So if you are a student government, if you are an organization and you want to make a change, this is a good framework, a simple framework. Identify the problem, but don't stop there. Identify the cause of the problem, and then identify the solution to the cause of the problem. Okay? So when I found that my problem was there are not enough stories being published about the environment, I asked myself why. I did research, I gathered data, I interviewed a lot of professionals, and then I realized one of the causes of that problem is because there are not enough journalists writing about the environment. And many other causes. But I was a college student, wala pang pera, so I wanted to focus on this cause. And so I thought, maybe the solution to the cause of that problem is to train young writers to pursue the environmental story. Okay? So ang dahilan ng problema ay wala masyadong nagsusulat about the environment. So my solution, I thought, was if there is no supply, why don't we create supply? So I was, di ba sabi ko sa inyo, may heartbreak ako, 6 years, girlfriend, goodbye, ganon. So nanonood ako ng madaming movies na pang Filipino heartbreak. At ito to sa mga pinanood ko noong 2015, written and directed actually by a friend of mine, si Direk Irene Villamor. Palagi akong nanonood ng Camp Sawi para makapag-move on. Nakita nyo na ba yung Camp Sawi? Yes or no? Pa-comment na lang. Pa-comment. Pa-mine. Yes or no? Nakita nyo ba ang Camp Sawi? Kung naalala nyo, yung movie na yon, they're throwing plates, yung mga heartbroken na mga babae, pumunta sa bantayan, pumunta sa Camp Sawi, at nagbasag ng mga plato, platito, dahil sinaktan sila, dahil iniwan sila, dahil linoko sila. Ganon ang drama nila, no? So, I was watching that movie because I wanted to relate to it, no? But at the same time, I had this heartbreak. I had this heartbreak. The heartbreak that we weren't talking about the environment enough. I had a relationship heartbreak. I had an environmental heartbreak. So I wanted to add up to that heartbreak and create a project called Camp Sawi. Okay? Dapat sabihin nyo Camp Sewi. Hindi pwede Camp Sewi. Okay? Camp Sewi. Okay? Everybody, 1, 2, 3, go. Camp Sewi. Okay. So Camp Sewi means the Students' Environmental Writing Initiative. All right? So I realized that there weren't enough people talking about the environment. So we need to train people to talk about the environment. So long story short, with a very small budget, with a college student savings budget, we were able to organize a 3-day camp for 15 young writers from all over Dumaguete City to write more about the environment. So we told them, we trained them for 3 days, and on the final day, we asked them to go to a landfill, to go to a seashore, to go to an ecotourism spot, and write about these environmental issues that they are facing. And after the camp, I'm proud to say that we were able to produce 50 environmental stories, and 39 of these environmental stories were published not only in the campus newspapers, but also in the local newspapers. Yung newspaper A, newspaper B, tsaka newspaper C, sabi nila, gusto namin mag-publish ng environment. Kaso, walang nagsusulat about the environment. So here are the stories of these young children, of these college students that we trained, and they were able to publish even front page. And I'll talk more about that later. And of course, coming up from Camp Sewi, we were able to establish an organization, which I am working for right now. And we were able to replicate this in 3 universities and so much more after this one Camp Sewi. Okay, so this is what we were able to do, no? We were able to create more environmental journalism trainings, and we were able to sign a manifesto or a memorandum of understanding with all the university publications in Dumaguete City. Basically, yung manifesto na nasign nila, sinabihan, they promised that they would dedicate a space for environmental stories in their campus papers. And if you are a school paper advisor right now listening to this conversation, I want you, after this COVID, I don't know, if you are part of the campus newspaper, I want you to set aside and dedicate a space in your newspaper publication specifically for the environment. We need to get more environmental stories out there. And if you can see here sa upper left, yan yung mga examples ng mga istorya na na-publish natin after Camp Sewi. Okay, so that was in 2017, and just last year in 2019, after nag-organize kami ng project bilang mga kabataan, bilang barkada, right now, just last year, we have become an official SEC registered entity of the government, which means right now we are a nonprofit and we are an NGO. We are called the Association of Young Environmental Journalists, or in the better terms, it's AYEJ. You can call us AYEJ. So AYEJ, we want to become your #1 source of environmental news stories, and we basically want to become the Rappler of the environment, or the ABS-CBN of the environment, or the CNN of the environment. We want to be your source of environmental stories. So just a secret, I actually resigned from my job early this year para mag-work full-time sa AYEJ. So right now, we're a registered environmental media organization and nonprofit. So from that problem to acknowledging that privilege to wanting to be Pabibo, it now gives me my career. It now gives me my sweldo, okay? So don't underestimate your ability to acknowledge a problem, acknowledge your privilege, and become Pabibo, because who knows, it can be your career path in the future. And although this is fairly new, this is a startup organization, I am a bit happy about where we are currently. We just actually finished environmental journalism training with the Department of Education Central, and we trained 100 school paper advisors and campus journalists in environmental journalism, and we're still a work in progress. So we just launched recently our website. You can go to www.ayedge.org. And we launched it over the quarantine. It's still a soft launch, but it wants to become an environmental news website with stories written by young people, written for young people. So if you are a campus journalist right now, if you're listening to my talk and you have an environmental story you want to publish, email it to me. I'll give my email later, and we'll see and have your story published online at ayedge.org. So our mission is at Ayedge is to enable communities to be ecologically literate and proactive towards a more livable planet. How do we do that is through the ABCs. Yan yung strategies namin, ABCs. Sa A, we amplify conversations. So we have a lot of online and offline campaigns organized to really keep the conversation going about the environment. Second is that we build capacity. We have trained over 170 young people to write more stories about the environment, and we intend to train much more young people and build their capacities in environmental journalism. Also, letter C is create content. Again, we already launched our website during the quarantine, and we also have a lot of content that we post on our Facebook page. Please do go to fb.com/ayedge.ph to visit us, or just search Ayedge on Facebook. Okay, I'm about to finish. I actually am in the tail end of my talk, and maybe you're asking yourself, bakit kailangan ba nating maging bayani? Why do we need to become heroes? As I end my talk, I have 3 takeaways. I have 3 things that I want to share, which I hope you will take away with you when you ask yourself, bakit ba kailangan ako maging bayani? Why do I need to be a hero for my country? First takeaway, we need to become heroes because we are running out of time. I want you to acknowledge this and realize this, that every day wasted is a life lost. For every day that we don't do something for the community, starving children will continue to starve. Pregnant mothers without any support will have deceased babies. For every day that we waste, for every day that we continue to burn down forests, for every day that we continue to just watch climate change unfold in front of us, so many lives will be at stake. And this is my second one. We need to become heroes because so many lives are at stake. 60%, do the counter checking on this, 60% of the Filipino population depends on the coasts for their livelihood and their sustenance. The climate change equals warming temperature. Warming temperature means warming oceans. Warming temperatures means rising sea level. Rising sea level will disrupt the ecosystem that our fishermen are dependent upon. Okay, so many lives are at stake. So many people in the peripheries are in trouble, and they need our help. So why do they need to become a hero? Because ang daming kawawa, ang daming kailangan mapakinggan, ang daming kailangan tulungan. Finally, we need to become heroes because nobody else will do it for us. Mga kapatid, mga kapwa kong kabataan, we do not need to wait for engineers, for lawyers, for politicians, for scientists. Heck, we don't even need to wait for our president of the country to do something about the problems because we can do it ourselves. Nobody will do it for us but ourselves. Now, it's good that we seek accountability from the powers that be, but it's also productive if we do something about the problems that need attention. So nobody else will do it for you. So when I saw a problem about newspapers na bakit hindi natin masyadong pinapublish yung mga environmental stories? Bakit pinapublish lang natin mga environmental stories kapag tapos na ang baha? Okay? I did not wait for a journalist. I did not wait for the Philippine Daily Inquirer to change their rules. No. I stood up and said, let me do something about it. So I looked for 15 young people. I trained them to write stories. And this photo to your left, this is a local newspaper in Dumaguete City, and they published on the front page with a banner photo an environmental story about the Plastic Waste Solutions Summit in Bayawan, Negros Oriental. Was this written by a journalist? By a professional journalist? Was this written by a writer? Was this written by a scientist? No, it was just written by a student. And it landed front page on a community newspaper. What I'm trying to tell you is that it can be done, and we do not need to wait for the adults to do it for us. We just need to realize that. So my bottom line is, nothing is stopping you from becoming your own hero. And being a hero does not mean you need to end poverty, you end climate change, you save everybody. That does not constitute a hero. A hero is simply acknowledging that there is a problem, realizing that they are more privileged than others, and doing something about the problem by becoming pabibo. Thank you very much, everyone, and I hope you learned something. Maraming salamat po. Roller coaster ride. Tapos na po ako, Ma'am Nicole.
Hi, yes. I was just so starstruck kasi sobrang wow, you're dumbfounded and very awestruck with your charm, Sir Val. Yeah. Napakagaling na speech and the lecture for us. Maraming salamat, Sir Val Eniel Vestal, for a well-rounded lecture na talaga namang makabuluhan and kinapulutan ng mahalagang impormasyon at syempre may tumatak sa aming isipan at may tumubo, may naitanim sa aming mga puso. Maraming salamat po. And for those who, nabitin kay Sir Val, you can have him and bisitahin po ang kanyang website sa Association of Young Environmental Journalists sa www.ayedge.org. And that's it for our 3 quality and exceptional topics that made our third day, the last day, the best one. Thank you to the set of our noteworthy speakers as well. So let's give them a heart clap. Paano nga ba yun? So tatlong clap, 1, 2, 3, and heart, we love you. Okay, so let's begin in the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We love you. Okay, so thank you so much po. Philippine Standard Time is 4:15 in the afternoon and napakagaling. We are on schedule. We will now have our open forum para sa ating mga katanungan na sinave po natin after each talk po. So, open na po ang ating chat sa ating Zoom para sa inyong katanungan, sa inyong clarification and comment. At paalala lamang po sa mga gustong magtanong po, ay magtanong po kayo regarding po sa ating tatlong topics po. Dahil ang sasagot po nito ay ang ating mga speakers po. So, nothing political po as much as possible, basta social issues din po and in line with the topics po. And the speakers won't be able to answer some questions that are beyond their limits or beyond their official authority. Okay, so let's see here. Kung meron na po kayong gusto itanong. Kanina meron nang nagtatanong kay Sir Val. Patok na patok si Sir Val sa mga ano, sa mga students natin. Okay. So kung meron pa po kayong gusto itanong, and of course to our Facebook Live, meron din po tayong nakatutok po dyan. Kung meron po kayong mga katanungan, mga suggestion, mga hindi violenting reaction, pero mga clarification po. Yan, open po. Open na po ang ating Zoom chat and the Facebook comment box. Okay po. And don't forget, of course, to upload your viewing activities captured on screenshot or kung pinicturean kayo nila mommy or daddy or ni ate kuya, i-upload niyo yan sa inyong social media. And of course, with the hashtag, ang ating official hashtag, Students Unite for Education, hashtag Puso Galing Talino. Okay. Meron po tayong question dito from Kid Dilas to Kayak Hans and Kuya Val. What are the challenges that you faced in creating your own organization and how were you able to address them? Okay, so sino gusto mauna sumagot? From Kuya Hans and Kuya Val. Question from Kid Dilas. What are the challenges that you faced when you created your own organization and how were you able to address them?
Yan ba si Hans? Ako na lang. Challenges that you face. Madaming challenges. One of the few challenges, low budget. Yan po yung katotohanan. When you want to create projects, programs, initiatives, there needs to be some sort of budget so you can implement programs, no? So how did we, of course, hindi tayo magdwell sa mga problema, sa mga challenges. We do something that will pull us out from that challenge. So ang ginawa namin is partnerships and collaborations. So actually yung buong 3-day camp ay it was supposed to cost 75,000 pesos. 75,000 pesos for a 3-day camp. And take note mga kapatid, ako ay estudyante nun, bagong graduate, walang alam sa pera, kahit yung savings ko ng 4 years sa college, hindi po makakarating sa 75,000 pesos. But what did we do? We partnered with organizations like what Hans had mentioned. We did a lot of partnerships, so they were able to take care of the food, they were able to take care of the venue, they were able to take care of the trophies and trophies for the winners, the tokens for the speakers, etc., etc. So one of the challenges in creating the organization is really looking for budget. But once you know how to look for the partners who have the budget and have them let them believe in your advocacy and in your project, they might be able to help. Maybe Ate Sam and Kuya Hans can have any other.
Okay. Klaro lang ba? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, sige. So I think I would like really agree with what Kuya Val mentioned earlier, no? When it comes to budget, because I think that's one of the most important things that we also need to consider when you try to establish an initiative or to start an initiative. But to add to that, I think one of the main problems din na na-encounter ko before was really finding people who would really support and who understand your cause, because sometimes tayo na we're very passionate about what we want to do. Grabe yung passion natin, like we're very excited, and then the moment we talk to someone about this and then the response is not so positive, parang it's so easy for us to be discouraged. Parang sa akin lang pala to, parang probably it's not that big of a deal for other people. Maybe it's just me. So sometimes community work can be so discouraging, can be so lonely at times, especially kung feel mo na ikaw lang mag-isa. Diba? So kailangan mo talaga ng partner. So it's different than kung meron ka talagang kasama when you do all of these things. So I think one of the challenge really is to really find people who really are committed to the cause, who really are committed to the initiative, and who really are there because they want to also create an impact by your side. And that will take time. For others, it might be easy to find people na madali lang nilang ma-work or really understand the initiative. Pero for others like me, it took me around years to actually find people talaga na who understood my vision and who stood by me when we started to initiate it. So kanala, you just have to be strong emotionally. Do not be so discouraged because again, at the end of the day, if you really want to make a difference, there'll be challenges hurled at you. You just need to really make sure na lampasan mo yan. And even one of the greatest challenges would really be finding people who will really be with you through all along the way. Yeah.
Okay, thank you po sa ating dalawang kuya, si Kuya Val and Kuya Hans. Talaga namang kahit saan sigurong bagay ay pera talaga ang magiging problema natin. Okay, si Ate Sam kaya, ano kaya ang naging problema ni Ate Sam? I think she's also with us now.
Pera at jowa po. Joke lang.
Wala. Sa ganda ni Ate Sam na yun, wala siyang jowa. Siguro dahil busy siya. Okay, ayan, Ate Sam.
Alright, ayan. Ang dami yun ang sinabi, Val. Yeah, okay. Susugan ko lang po na mag-add lang po ako din sa mga kanina, mga nadagdag na nila about community work and having champions, support group, no? Actually, ako looking back simula talaga elementary, maswerte rin ako na meron akong support system na talagang matibay at tingin ko doon din ako nag-umpisa na yung mga goals, yung mga activities na gusto talaga namin i-push sa student government. Nagkaroon kami ng entrepreneurial mindset. Alam niyo yung tinatawag natin mga fundraising activities? Grabe, nagawa namin yun lahat. We had to unleash our skills. Uso yung mga bracelets before, yung beadworks and what have you. So yun yung ginamit namin. Sabi, magaling tayo dito. At kumita talaga kami kasi bumenta dun sa student body. And yun yung uso that time, no? And medyo matanda na ako no, sa mga Jolina fashion pa that time. Yun, ganun yung naging start talaga ng entrepreneurial mindset. And then, come high school, no, matututunan mo na and hinahanap mo yung yung mission mo in life. So, mas nakikita natin na, well, I want to do community work. I want to become an entrepreneur. I want to be involved in a big company, so and so. Mas nakikita natin na yung mga support system na yun yung i-unleash natin. Kasi, well, truth be told, ito po, babasagin na natin yung dreamy na about community work, no, na marami po, naglalabas talaga ng sariling pera and I've been there as a youth leader. Talagang kapag gusto mo na i-push talaga yung mga gusto mong gawing mission sa buhay, sometimes you really have to do those sacrifices. But I learned that meron din palang maraming tao na gustong tumulong. Kailangan lang natin itap. Alamin natin tong network natin. No? And yeah, always keep your family, your inspirations close to your heart, no? And yon, nachismis na ako ni Nobal kanina, but I'm very, very inspired. So salamat po para sa bayan, for my loved ones, my family. Yun. Salamat po. Sana kayo din.
Maraming salamat. Meron pa pong tanong dito. I think it's for Sir Kuya Val. How can you differentiate rights, convenience, and privilege? Some students and youth today perceive it they are not convenient on something, they are deprived of their rights. Kasi daw tatlong terms na are often mistaken or misinterpreted with each other.
That's a good question. what is the difference between rights, convenience, and privilege? Siguro, first difference, let's get the difference, and maybe Hans and Ate Sam can help me out on this. The difference between rights and privilege. A right is something that is allowed to you inherently. A right is something that is inherent to you. Meaning, pagka once you were born into this world, because of the Constitution, there are certain rights that have been afforded to you, and you don't need, supposedly, you don't need to fight for these rights because the right is already inherent and given to you. A privilege is something that is bestowed upon you. It's something that's given to you. It's something that is either accessible or inaccessible to you. Okay, driving, for example, it's not a right. Driving is a privilege. The privilege of owning a car, for example. So that's the big difference between right and privilege. A lot of us have privileges such as the privilege of choosing a school to go to, but really there is also that right to education, for example, that right to life, right to information. Okay? So these are inherent na hindi talaga matatanggal sa atin. Now, on the convenience part, some students and youth today perceive if they are not convenient on something, they are deprived of their rights. Okay. Maybe Kuya Hans can add something to this. Convenience on students. Kasi ako, I'm also teaching in college right now, and I feel that some students might feel na, oh my gosh, this is so tiring. This is not convenient to me. This is complicated to learn. And then they feel that's abridging their right to education. But sometimes when you think about it, it's not really an abuse of your rights to education. Now, this time, right, the inherent right to education. But really, convenience is more of, I feel it's more of a mindset. It's something more personal to the student. Whatever is convenient for him or her might be what is most important. But convenience is still connected to privilege, right? Online learning might not be convenient because not everyone has the privilege of internet. However, there is a right to education. So government systems need to make sure that this right to education is given and afforded to students. Okay? So actually complicated siya, but that's how I can imagine my answer to be.
Yeah. Can I add something there to what Val said? So, ngayon ko, first time, no? I must admit, first time na naitanong na kasama yung convenience in the same sentence as human rights and privilege. It's my first time to hear this. But I'm gonna give you a crash course on human rights-based approach. Okay? So ganito, right to education, for example. The duty bearer here, or sino yung gagampan natong rights natin ito. At anong karapatan? Karapatan natin itong mga to, yung kagaya ng nasa Universal Declaration on Human Rights, kasi tao tayo. Okay? And at hindi yun questionable. Lahat ng tao ay may human rights dahil tao tayo. Simple. Period. Okay? Tapos sa human rights-based approach, no, yung duty bearer natin, yung government, has to create this enabling environment. Kaya tayo merong public school system, di ba? Kung hindi ma-afford yung private school system, or you chose to enroll in the public school system, di ba? And then, yung mga moral duty bearers natin, kung sino yung sumusuporta para makuha natin yung right to education, yung karapatan na yun, ay yung family, yung parents, no? Yung guardians. Okay? And yung teachers kasama din dyan. And sino yung rights claimants? Tayo, yung mga estudyante. Makikitayo talaga ako, no? So, yung mga estudyante, kapag, nasa isang school system, no? Kayo yung citizens, quote and quote, na kailangan mag-unpack at yun yung kiniklaim natin. Kaya at times, meron kiskisan, kaya may conflict na nagaganap, diba? Kasi at times, hindi aware yung mga duty bearer na yung pala yung duty nila. Okay? Kaya mahalaga yung edukasyon. And at times, yung mga citizens, yung mga estudyante, hindi rin aware na ito pala yung karapatan natin. Or at times, we're misinformed. Kaya nagkakaroon yun siguro, kaya naipasok yung tanong about convenience, no? Na kapag nahirapan, di ba, or hindi nag-see eye to eye si school administration at saka yung student body, ano na agad, may na-trample na ba na rights? So dapat papasok doon yung mga conflict management styles natin. Pinasok ko na naman si Com, no? Kasi mahalaga yun dahil kung hindi na kayo parehas ng pagkakaintindi, hindi tayo magkakaintindihan talaga in the end.
Wow, very well said sa ating ate, Ma'am Sam. Wow. Si Kuya Hads, meron bang idadagdag?
Actually, I think Kuya Val and Ate Sam, they were able to really explain it in detail and in comprehensively. But I think in general, I think this just calls for awareness lang talaga and sensitivity din because we have different experiences and we can just have to be sensitive sa surroundings natin kung ano ang how are other people dealing with life in general so that we'll be able to really have a better grasp din kung ano pa talaga yung rights, ano ba talaga yung convenience when it comes to like our own experience. Because sometimes our perception kasi is really anchored on who we are and our experiences. So it really takes, it has to be parang responsibilidad talaga natin na alamin kung ano ang nangyayari sa ating paligid at kung ano ang situation din ng iba. So it really calls for awareness and sensitivity din in general.
Okay. And meron pang tanong dito, follow-up question lang din daw sa question ni Sir Kid Villas. Ano po ang mistake na nagawa ninyo in the making of your organization and business and how to cope up with those mistakes po?
I think one of the parang pinaka-common na error din when it comes to initiating activities, no, and starting projects is sometimes we fail to assess kung ano ba talaga yung needs ng tinutulungan natin. Because sometimes we are so caught up with our own vision, we're so caught up with what we want to happen. Sometimes we forget that the recipients actually are the main reason why we're doing something. Diba? So isa sa mga activities that we've been doing, for example, in Connect Kabataan, when we did the initial planning, all ideas are all just anchored on who the organizers were. So hindi namin na-take into consideration din ano ba talaga ang kailangan ng mga kabataan ngayon. So it was actually when you do an activity or when you initiate projects, sometimes you learn along the way, especially if you're still beginning, if you're still in the process of like establishing it. Sometimes yung mga mistakes mo na realize mo they're happening while the project's ongoing. And so it's really an ongoing process din talaga. It's like, okay, you commit an error and then what can we do in order to address this problem that we've never thought before when we were still in the planning stage. So I think that's one of the things that I realized. At the end of the day, it's not about you. It's not about you as the organizer. Whatever it is that you're doing, it's never about you, but it's always about who you're serving, and it's always about to whom that project is for. Because again, the entire ang success po natin sa ating project is really anchored not on ourselves. Kung hindi tayo ang batayan kung successful ba or hindi. I can't even say that we are really successful right now. I still have to ask those who are actually recipients of the project to really make sure at to really give us feedback kung tama ba itong ginagawa namin, kung talaga bang meron kaming problema na ina-address. So it really has to be the center of whatever it is that you're doing. It's not about you, it's not about you becoming popular in the future. Oh, I want to like have all of these things in me para pag I'll become famous and people will know more about me. It's really about whom you're serving. It's really about them at the end of the day. So, yeah.
Wow, that's it. Yes, and mistake is still part of growing. Yes, mistakes and failures. Okay. So, si Sir Val, do you have any mistakes? Or masyado daw perfect si Sir Val? Kuya Val?
Oh my God, no. Every day I make mistakes. Kaya ako iniwan ng ex ko kasi may mistake ako. Relax. There's too many mistakes to mention. What was that specifically? Mistakes during the organization? Yeah? In the implementation? Grabe, ang napakaraming mistakes. I can't give it one by one, but what I can say is that these mistakes really pile up to become lessons learned, I think. I think this is a quote from, I forgot who said it, but sabi niya, if you've never committed a mistake, you've never tried something new. All right? It is in taking risks and trying something new as a leader and as an advocate, that you have to understand that mistakes are part of the process. And the mistakes really build up to give you the wisdom to make the next greatest move for your organization. So if we're gonna enlist all mistakes, my gosh, it will take like 2 to 3 pages of mistakes for my organization. But I kind of don't like dwell in the mistakes. I dwell in how to move forward from the mistakes. Okay, so that's it for me for that question.
Okay, how about Ate Sam?
Naku, mas matanda ako dito sa dalawang speakers. So halatang-halata ang mga pinagdaanan ko. Maraming po akong commit na mistakes bilang isang young professional, bilang isang estudyante, graduate student, bilang negosyante lalo. Sobrang dami po every single day. Parang, ba't ganun yung decision ko or whatever. But at the end of the day, you should stand by your decisions as long as it's informed and wala tayong naapahang ibang tao. And then, kung kakausapin ko yung younger self ko, yung 20-year-old me, sasabihin ko talaga, don't be afraid to ask. Kasi medyo mataas yung pride ko bilang isang student leader dati na sabi, I graduated with honors from the University of the Philippines, so and so. So feeling ko, nung bagong graduate ako, nung bago pa lang ako sa opisina, kaya kong gawin lahat. Hindi ako nanghihingi ng tulong sa iba. Kahit di ko alam yung isang topic or isang software or whatever, hindi talaga ako nagtatanong. In the end, you know what? Na-sacrifice yung quality ng output. Na-sacrifice yung hinihit na goals ng organization, ng company. No? Hindi na lang yung pagalit di ko na inisip yan Yung greater goal, di ba? May naapektuhan ka ng ibang tao, hindi lang yung sarili mo. Sa school, madali lang, parang, grade mo yung maapektuhan, di ba? Paganda ka na magulang mo. Pero kapag nasa company ka na, malaki yung maapektuhan, lalo na kung nasa community work tayo. No? Imagine niyo yun. Ang number one rule talaga when doing such work, social work, community development work, is do no harm. Huwag natin pag-awayan yung mga tao. Huwag tayo magmagaling, feeling na tayo yung nakakaalam ng maraming bagay. So always ask questions, seek help. No? Pero syempre, pag-isipan naman natin ng konti yung itatanong natin kung yun ba yung tamang tanong.
Okay. So meron pong gustong magtanong. Spotlight natin siya from, I think ito, si Sir Cedric Torres. Ayan. Sir Cedric, kindly open your camera and microphone and itanong natin ang gusto nating itanong sa ating magagaling na speakers. Sir Cedric?
Hi po, good afternoon po, or good afternoon sa ating mga speakers po. Yung tanong ko po, it's about sa ating pong tatlong speakers. Dahil po nowadays, meron po tayong digital divide, like meron pong mga leaders na wala pong mga devices, tapos meron pong mga walang capabilities na mag-lead in our environment po. So my question po is, as experienced leaders, how may we become more effective in aspects including number 1, our communication with our officers, number 2, our project and plans as discussed by Sir Hans, and 3, our environmental advocacies with the consideration of limitations such as the pandemic, which is the relevant issue nowadays po.
Okay, so before sagutin yan ng ating tatlong speakers, Sir Cedric, from what SDO po kayo? Are you a student or are you a teacher?
I am the SDO Federated President po ng aming San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, Region 3 po.
Okay, karahiyon. Okay, so una sasagot si Sir Val, I think.
Gusto ko yung na cover talaga lahat ng speakers, no? From communications to projects and plans to environmental advocacy in the time of a digital divide and pandemic. So siguro first sa communications. Ate Sam.
Teka, ikaw muna ba? Loaded yung question. Isa-isa
Medyo loaded yung question.
Wait lang pa, isa lang po.
Feeling ko yung bottom line ng question niya ay paano pa ipaglaganap at paano maging mas effective sa communications department, sa project planning department, sa environmental advocacy. Naging moderator.
Okay, got it.
Sige, go.
Okay, sige, ako muna. Paano magiging effective? So, may mga paraan naman para kasi ang number one rule sa media, sa communication, hindi naman yan manna from heaven na laglag. Boom! Meron na tayong instant messaging and feeling natin magiging effective lahat. It's very curated, the same way that you, yung mga Facebook profile pictures natin or yung mga content natin online, di ba? Kino-curate natin yan. Gusto natin maganda. Hindi yung haggard-haggard tayo or whatever, di ba? Ganun din po kapag gumagawa tayo ng mga projects. We make sure that we have set goals na, okay, gusto kong ma-reach 50 participants. Anong gusto kong mangyari after that? Ito, demonstrable to. Parang sa school din, di ba? Ganun din. And then, sa communication side, syempre sa promotion, anong gagawin mo para magkaroon ng 50? Di ba? So you make sure that you promote through the right channels. And mind you guys, hindi lang po Facebook, hindi lang brochures, hindi movies or AVP, ang mga communication channels natin. Tandaan natin at the center, palagi nandun tayo bilang mga tao. Okay? We are also medium, no? Mga media rin tayo. Mga tao mismo. So, i-unleash natin to. So, kung parang natatakot na tayo, parang walang magastos naman pala mag-promote, mag-Facebook ads, or mag-produce na mga videos, or whatever. Marami pa tayong mga iba't ibang tools. At ang importante, sinabi kanina ni Hans, dapat, kilala natin yung audience natin. Babalik at babalik tayo doon. Ano bang kailangan nila? Kung kailangan magbahay-bahay, may tinatawag pa nga sa school na room-to-room, di ba? Na campaigns. And why not? Di ba? Hindi ko lang alam kung paano natin gagawin yun ngayon sa remote learning, yung room-to-room na yan. Pero tingnan natin sa ating future endeavors. Ayan, sige, bigay ko na sa iba.
Sige, so I think ako yung susunod dapat, okay? So I think the question was more on how we can ask paano ba yun yung parang communication when it comes to planning and project management? Am I right? Tama ba yung question?
How to lead people digitally in terms of projects and plans.
Alright. So thank you so much, Kuya Val, sa pag-moderate sa question. Okay, sige. So one of the things talaga that I really learned, especially when it comes to planning for activities. So because sometimes I had a tendency kasi before that I tend to micromanage because I'm a bit of an OC. So parang gusto ko gusto kong ideas ko lang yung masusunod. If there's one thing I really learned about leading people, it's really empowering them by making them feel that they own the project also. Even if I found the organization, you have to make them feel that they're also an integral part, they're also an essential part of the organization. Because one, you ask them of their ideas, and number two, you make them part of important decisions that the organization has to make. So I think it's really all about keeping the communication lines open, that there's not just one person making all the decisions all the time. Right? It's really about asking for opinions, because sometimes when your opinions is very limited to your own perception, your ideas are limited to your own perception, and there are better ideas out there that you might also ask from your members. Ako, even if I have members who are junior high school students or volunteers right now, I always make it a point to ask them, is this better? Which do you think is the better decision to make? Kung itong gagawin natin, do you think it will impact more people? So even as simple as, designs for a poster, for a publication material, you have to make them feel that they're actually part, because their decisions are being asked. Their opinions are being asked. That in that way, diba, parang they take ownership of the project as well. Hindi lang siya sa iyo as the founder or as the people who actually initiated the project, but even your volunteers could really feel that, okay, I'm a part of this organization. And the moment we do that, we click in or we turn on an intrinsic motivation. Yung parang motivation sa mga volunteers natin na we don't need to really force them to be part of the organization or to join meetings. They will show up because they would feel that they actually belong. And especially right now, in a digital platform, in an online platform, it's very easy for people to be isolated. Diba? So it's very important to really reach out and to really make them feel that, you belong here. even if we had not seen each other yet, kasi meron kami mga volunteers na hindi pa namin nakikita talaga in Connect Kabataan because of the distance. No, but we always try to make sure that the communication is there and to make them feel important. And that every time merong mga meeting, importante na mga meeting, you have to make them feel that they actually belong and that their opinions matter. Yeah.
I learned a lot from Ate Sam and Kuya Hans actually. And also in terms specifically on environmental advocacy, paano ka maging environmental advocate even sa bahay kung saan may pandemya ngayon? How can we continue our environmental advocacy even at home? Well, my short answer for that is the greatest social movements always start at home. You cannot go out into your community. You cannot go out into your neighborhood if you cannot have that movement, that activism in your very own household. Okay? So if you want to become an environmental advocate and you feel that this lockdown, this community quarantine is stopping you, change your mindset, take this opportunity of being in lockdown and use it to your advantage in your environmental advocacy. How? Well, start reading. Start reading on issues. Learn more about environmental sustainability issues because you can only act on something, you can only advocate for something if you know a great deal about it. Hindi ka pwedeng maging leader, hindi ka pwedeng maging advocate if you do not make yourself aware of these issues, if you do not inform yourselves. You can only be an effective leader and an effective advocate if you are an informed leader and an informed advocate, because the greatest ideas and the greatest movements come from critical information that we consume and that we share with others. Okay? So you don't need to plant a tree to be an environmental advocate. You don't need to be out there to become an environmental advocate. Your environmental advocacy pwedeng magsimula sa bahay. In fact, hindi sa buong bahay. Pwede ka magsimula sa kwarto mo. Pwede ka magsimula sa phone mo. Okay? Feed yourself with so much knowledge so that when you get out, kapag tapos na tong lockdown, kapag tapos na ang coronavirus, hindi ko alam kailan. So when you go out and you want to become an environmental advocate, an earth warrior, when you start talking, people will say, this person knows what they're talking about. So let's believe in this person and let's cooperate with this person. And so you have more people rallying behind you because you know what you're talking about. O, diba? Hindi ka man naging sexy or ma-abs after quarantine or ano, but naging mas mataba yung utak mo at mas madami kang naging added knowledge na pwede mong i-share sa inyong community. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Sobrang ang gagaling ng mga speakers natin dahil nagko-collaborate sila with their answers and sobrang nakiki-agree din ang ating mga viewers. So thank you so much. Now, meron pang tanong dito from Ma'am Girly. Ayan. Nasaan si Ma'am Girly? Dahil meron siyang magandang katanungan, simple lamang. Girly May Garde.
Good afternoon. I am Miss Girly May Garde from SDO Sagay, Division Federated President of the Advisors of the SSG. I would like to ask everyone, all of the speakers, it is because it is always our problems on encouraging our student leaders, our youth leaders to take risks in making programs and projects in schools. Actually, most of the student leaders have their own ideas on their projects, but midway, they would stop and then they would lie low because they are afraid that maybe it will not be successful, or maybe somehow they feel that it is too much of work, and as what you have said, it is not convenient, so they would just say it would not be a successful project. So how can we encourage our youth leaders to take risks, to plan, and to promote their advocacies? Thank you.
Okay, thank you po for that question. Ladies first daw.
Parang kaya ako, off guard ako nun eh. Ang ganda ng tanong ni ma'am, napaisip ako. Ako nga rin bilang guro papaisip din ako kung yung mga reality checks natin minsan parang mas natatakot tayo, di ba, bilang mga estudyante, mga student leaders na mag-take risks, di ba? But at the end of the day, if tama yung planning natin, if we know our big why we're doing things, no? Siguro yun yung kailangan mas masuportahan natin yung mga estudyante na even student leaders, no? Malaking burden din sa kanila. Grabe yung nasa shoulders nila bilang mga role models, diba? Mga governors, kumbaga, ng kanilang student body, suportahan din natin sila, no? So, malaking yung gampanin yon ng school na side, diba? And yung mga iba pang mga stakeholders or may mga taya. Pag sinabi natin stakeholders, sila yung may pakailam, may taya. Supportahan yung mga student leaders para sila rin, hindi sila demoralized. Maganda yung disposition, yung attitude, diba? Lalabas talaga yung ganung energy eventually. If hindi parang, ang laki nung binibigay agad na responsibility. Baala ka na dyan. Tinapon daw para sa Lions din yung mga bata. Supportahan natin. Kaya ulitin ko na naman, very inspired ako sa startup ng Netflix, no? Parang sandbox. We have to ensure that the space that we're creating, this learning environment, is truly for learning. No? Na okay lang na magkamali as long as may room for error, for improvement. Pero, ensure din natin na walang naapakang karapatan ng ibang tao. Okay lang yung ganong room for error. But at the end of the day, bilang planner, ito naman yung side ko na medyo OC, no? If alam mo yung tina-target mo, yung quantitatively, ganito yung gusto namin ma-hit na targets, hindi siya basta sa hangin or sa tubig, di ba? Alam mo na successful ka. So, yung sa teachers naman po, we have to guide, di ba? Para tayo mga traffic enforcers, parang MMDA ng mga estudyante in this case. So yeah, paikot-ikot yung sagot ko, pero yun lang din naman yung point niya, na sana naman po, yung environment, siguro kayo natatakot din yung mga estudyante at times, siguro reflection na lang to ng mga teachers, baka pinipilit natin yung naging experience natin sa kanila. Let them be themselves, no? Discover din nila yung passion nila, yung talent nila. Huwag nating one size fits all na, ito yung dati kong nagawa, ito yung sundan mo, no? So tayo din, natututo din tayo sa kanila, wow, may ganun palang talent tong batang to. So malay nyo, may mga, mga hidden gems, diba, inside the classrooms na may multiple intelligences naman tayo, hindi lang na-unleash kasi we're trying to fit them in boxes.
That's true. I would just really like to add more no sa sinabi ni Ate Sam kasi tama yun it really boils down din kasi to, especially the question goes to the teachers, the support system sa mga kabataan natin, because at the end of the day, we have to provide these student leaders the environment to really grow. And I understand also bilang isang guro din, I know the workload that we are given, no, ang daming-dami din natin kailangan gawin outside of all of these things. Sometimes nga, sila sabi natin sa sarili natin, hindi naman ako sumisweldoan itong pagiging advisor ko ng student government or whatsoever. So I'm just going to be here for the papers lang. Pero at the end of the day, I think it all boils down to your commitment talaga. If you feel that these students have potential, ako ilang times na din ako na parang ayaw kong sumama sa mga bata ko pumunta ng Iloilo, let's say for example for a debate competition. Kasi parang nakakatama na I have other things to do. Parang I don't have time for my love life, for my family anymore. Pero parang at the end of the day, I still find myself going there. Kasi parang mas mabigat yung calling ko talaga na parang I have to be there for my students. Kasi if I don't provide this opportunity, if I don't help them, in grasping and grabbing these opportunities, sayang din. No, this might be the opportunity na mas makita nila kung sino at ano talaga sila. So, yan lang. This is also a challenge to all educators or also in this Zoom. Let's just reassess din talaga our commitment. Kasi at the end of the day, the moment you accepted to be a student government advisor, it goes with the responsibility to really be there with your students and to really provide opportunities to be the support system that they need. Kasi nga laboratory ito laboratory ang experiences nila sa high school, sa student politics into who and what they will become in the future. So imagine that ikaw bilang isang guro, you'll be a big part of who they are in the future. And you'll be a big part din sa change na kaya nilang gawin sa community natin at sa buong bansa, di ba? So it all boils down to providing the environment for these students to grow and to become who they really are.
Okay, and Val?
Wala na akong maidagdag kasi sobrang kompleto na ng sagot ni Ate Sam and Kuya Hans. But instead of an answer, I will give you an example of what Ate Sam and Hans mean. Again, the bottom line of what they're trying to say is we need to create an enabling environment that will want them to take risks. Diba? So we ask, as teachers, as educators, bakit hindi sila nagte-take ng risk? Instead of finding the answer na baka it's them, maybe it's important to ask ourselves as the advisors, as the educators, where it is coming from. Bakit hindi kaya nagte-take risk ang isang tao? People don't take risks because they are afraid. Why are they afraid? Saan nanggagaling? Example, I am teaching one class and one subject, 2 sections. First day of school, sa isang section, nag-experiment ako. Sabi ko, do not ask stupid questions. Because in comms, we do not have time for stupid questions. Diba? Kung may interview with Barack Obama, you can only ask him one question. Make sure that question is the best.
Hello? Sir Kuya Val? You still there? Ayan, ang ganda ng Please be...
Frozen na si Val, pero very passionate.
Yan. Parang yun talagang gusto niya manakit, pero yung with passion. Okay. At syempre meron pa dito. Would you rather, ang tanong, would you rather be a leader or an advocate daw?
Sorry, nawala ko.
Ayan, nandiyan na ulit si Sir Val.
Padayon. Continue.
Okay. Ayun,
Yeah.
would you rather question, would you rather be a leader or an advocate?
Para ka sa akin, when you're an advocate, you're already a leader din. I think what we need right now are not just leaders din kasi, especially with the world that we're living in right now. No? Sabi nga ni Kuya Val kanina, we're running out of time. A lot of things are happening, may it be in the environment, in the political arena, in the socio-economic side. Ang dami na nangyayari. So what we need right now are not just leaders, but we need leaders who have a vision and leaders who really have a specific cause. Kasi nga, at the end of the day, sometimes leadership can be very personal lang. Sometimes leadership can be about the self. But when you talk about being an advocate, the fact that you consider yourself an advocate, you are a person for others already. And what we need right now are people who live their lives for others and not just for themselves. So para sa akin, it's so much better to be an advocate than to be a leader.
Okay, very well said. And of course, bago po tayo magtapos, meron ba tayong mga end notes for our participants? Mga habilin or mga challenges na nais nating ipapatid sa kanila. Let's start with Ate Ma'am Sam.
Alright, final note, no? Sige, salamat muna dahil you spent your Saturday with us, no? And sobrang ang saya kasi kakaiba to para sa akin bilang isang Thundercat, no? Bilang ate. Yung 5,000 people plus na kailangan natin or na nag-gather natin ngayon, kailangan natin ng napakalaking hall para mangyari to, no? In the before COVID days. No? Pero hindi natin niro-romanticize naman itong nangyayari ngayon dahil mahirap talaga. But we still thrive. And whatever we're doing right now, i-diary nyo yan, i-journal nyo guys. yung mga, minsan nahihirapan tayo, di ba, na mag-cope and something, i-note natin yan. Kasi 2-3 years down the road, di ba, pagka nasa high school na yung mga elementary natin, nasa college na mga high school, etc., babalikan natin tong moment na to, and sana marami tayong natutunan sa panahon na to. At para sa inyong mga activities sa school, balik lang kayo lagi para saan tayo bumabangon, at sana makita natin yun, at yun yung gawin nating inspiration para kahit anong challenges that will come our way, we'll make sure that we'll see it through. And kahit hindi tayo pare-parehas ng paniniwalaan, di ba, at the end of the day, meron tayong parehas na cause, may parehas na advocacy, and we will make sure that we serve the people that needs to be served. Ayun po.
How about Kuya Sir Hans?
Alright, I think yun lang din yung parang final words ko. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity, no, that we were really able to share about something na napakalapit sa puso namin. And I'm just very thankful din to have been given this chance to speak to like hundreds of student leaders. Sabi nga ni Ate Sam, bihira ito mangyari sa face-to-face, no? And we're just really trying to maximize the platform that we have right now. So I think at the end of the day, it's really just all about you know, everything starts within yourself. You empower yourself. So work on what you're good at. Kasi yung mga talento mo, yung mga skills mo na kung saan ka mag-excel, magagamit mo yan in the future, in whatever it is. You might be an environmental, you be an earth warrior, you can be an advocate for education, women empowerment, whatever that is. Your skills and your talents will be yours and yours only. And you can always use that to amplify your voice and to influence more and more people. Kaya huwag tayong mapanghinaan ng loob, even if we face a lot of challenges. At the end of the day, again, we know what we want to happen for this country, and we'll have to work on that one step at a time. And we always have to think, hindi tayo nag-iisa. We are not alone in this entire battle, in this entire journey. So let's just continue to push harder kasi yan nga, diba, the future of this country lies in you guys, in all of you who are doing something for this country in general. Thank you.
And of course, Sir Kuya Ba.
Yes, much has been said. So I will say something short but sweet. Kasi madami tayo dito na bata, like me and Hans and Ate Sam, no? Mga bata tayong lahat. Take advantage of your youth because you will not be young forever. And you should start as young as now, okay? Don't start tomorrow, don't start next week. Begin now because tomorrow you will be another day older. And then next week you will be another week older. And that's a lot of time that's been wasted. So I want you to take advantage of your youth now because when you become 40, 50, 60, you will not be as idealistic, you will not be as passionate, you will not be as full of energy than you are today. So take advantage of whatever you are learning, whatever you are experiencing, so that you can start as early as now. That's it.
Okay, that's it. And thank you so much sa ating tatlong magagaling na mga speakers for sharing their thoughts and their experiences on how they become very good student leaders and now young leaders themselves and advocates. So it's a wrap, folks. Thank you so much for being with us from the first day of the Virtual Student Government General Assembly until the last, which is the third one. Okay, so let me just take this opportunity to thank our speakers from day one. So Mr. Jansen Cabrera for talks responsible use of social media. Mr. Jose Marie Oquinena for talks about building a community of hope builders. Ms. Samantha Javier for talks about communicating effectively. Mr. Hans Denzel Villahermosa for talks about Kabataan Connect. And Mr. Val Eniel Vestel for talks about towards building a nation of heroes. So maraming salamat po sa inyo. And we would also like to give credits to the following people for helping make this event happen and so much successful. The in charge, the hosts, and the masters of the ceremony from day one, Mr. MJ Atendido, Betsy Gentilizo, and Neris Nicole Torres, yours truly, for our usherettes and get to know you activities who actually headed this, Ma'am Sherry Ann Paliasige and Paula Meneses, the prayer led by the greatest Yang Molina in charge, board of directors, and of course, overall in charge, congratulations, President Neil John Audan, na talagang kumakapit ang kanyang laptop dahil sa bigat nitong event na ito. Grabe, napakagaling kasi talaga. And of course, congratulations to all the Youth Formation Division Central Office for organizing the first virtual Youth Formation Coordinators and Student General Assembly. Congratulations and kudos po sa inyo. And of course, after this event po, meron po tayong evaluation. It is posted on, kindly take note of this, on www.dlssyfd.weebly, that's weebly.com. So nakapost na rin po iyan sa ating DepEd Tayo Youth Formation Facebook page. Ayan. So again, kindly visit the www.dlssyfd.weebly.com para doon po tayo magkaroon ng evaluation. And when we are done and when we submitted our evaluation, magkakaroon na po tayo ng electronic certificate. So don't forget to please submit your evaluation through this, through visiting this website. Okay, so there you have it, folks. Thank you so much to all our student leaders who lent their times, of course. And to our chief, yeah, to our chief ng Youth Formation Division, si Sir Adolf Aguilar. Maraming salamat po. And of course, Sir Adolf.
Yes, maraming salamat po sa ating mga speakers, sa mga student leaders na nandito ngayon, project development officers at advisors. Maganda po ang mga topic ng ating mga student leaders na inimbitahan, si Sam, si Val, at saka si Hans. They provide concrete examples of anong magagawa ng isang empowered Filipino youth. Tayo naman sa basic education sector, we encourage student leaders na ay matuto na may mga concern, may mga problema sa paralan, ay lapitan nyo ang inyong mga advisors, ang inyong mga student government, ang inyong mga principal para ilapit ang mga concerns na ito. At kung hindi man, pwede nyo idiretso sa YFD, and we provide the proper platform and venue for student concerns. So we need to develop proactive student governments in division and regions, and we envision that student government should be involved in the policy making bodies of DepEd. So sinimulan na natin last September, and we're hoping that in future policy development, palagi pa rin kasama ang DepEd. You know, yes, just last week, masaya yung naging discussion ng reproductive health kasi we consulted around 140 student leaders. Ano yung pananaw nila tungkol sa reproductive health? So umpisa na po of engaging our student leaders to policy discussion, and we would like greatly appreciate na you participate in this series of activities, including activities initiated in the divisions and regions. Mabuhay po ang ating mga student leaders, and students should unite for education. Maraming salamat.
So thank you so much sa ating magiting. At through Sir Adolf Aguilar, napalakas at napaigting talaga ang mga activities natin sa youth formation. So maraming salamat po, Sir Adolf. This is just the start. But marami pa tayong mga abangan para sa youth formation activities sa sa inyo ng Department of Education. At maraming salamat din sa ating mga chikiting, sa ating mga estudyante na talaga na alam ko pahingan nyo itong Saturday. Pero kayo ay tumutok, nakibahagi at aktibong nakinig sa mga usapin at sa mga lectures natin. So maraming salamat from our elementary students, student leaders, and to the high school students. Maraming salamat po. And to end the note, of course, I would like to end this with the famous Bible quote about the youth. from 1 Timothy 4:12, it says, "Don't let anyone look down on you because you are young, but set an example for the believers in speech, in conduct, in love, in faith, in purity." So manatili po tayong ligtas, malusog, and be a hero in our own small acts, and be a leader wherever we are right now, and be an advocate to the problems that we see around us. So stay happy as well. To God be the glory. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang mga kabataan ng Pilipinas.